2023 Town of Poughkeepsie Planning Board meeting. Please join me for the pledge first. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, everyone. And I'll apologize in advance that we're going to have to use the 3-minute time again for public comments because we have a long agenda. And we have for those online, we have a full board of 7 members here tonight. So first up is Ireland Drive, Dish Wireless. Who's here or the online to present?
Good evening. My name is Derek Picnic, site acquisition consultant working for InterIn Solutions. I am here this evening on behalf of Dish Network LLC to discuss our denied application. Our scope of work is Dish proposes to install 3 new antennas to the existing telecommunications tower located at 76 Ireland Drive, as you may know, in Poughkeepsie, New York. Dish proposes to utilize the existing vacant rad center of 164 feet on the existing 180-foot tower. And we've been working very closely with the Town of Poughkeepsie planner, Mr. Eric Holloman, to ensure we addressed all the board's comments and concerns regarding our application. I would like to thank Mr. Holloman for his guidance and input, and I believe we have addressed and satisfied all of the board's comments and concerns. I would also like to note that on June 14th, 2023, we received a revised planning board summary with the staff recommendations advising that our application was being recommended for conditional approval. At this time, I would like to turn to the board for any additional questions or concerns you may have so our application can be approved.
All right, thanks, Eric. Yes, you've been here a couple times, so we'll go forward from here. Eric, what's your recommendation?
He's correct. We received additional information a couple days ago regarding the one issue before the board having to do with ground disturbance. Yeah. And we believe if you agree that resolved the issue, they're demonstrating that they did not, that they were not undertaking work in any they were only taking work in previously disturbed soils. That satisfied the last seeker review concern of the board. Therefore, we've provided you with a recommendation for a seeker negative declaration and for conditional site plan approval.
All right, thanks, Eric. Andy, any engineering comments on this remaining?
Our only comment, really your true comment remaining, has to do with the installation of utilities above ground. Site plan requirements do require underground installation, but I believe in this situation the utilities are being installed on existing overhead wires and could be waived if the board so chooses.
Okay. Thanks.
Carl, I believe also that the board's radio frequency emissions consultant is also on the call. And they prepared a letter for the planning board reviewing the emissions characteristics in compliance with SEC regulations.
Yes, we saw that from our Cityscape consultant. Is there someone on from Cityscape to?
Elizabeth, or are you on?
Steve, maybe? I don't know.
I think Elizabeth is on.
Oh,
Elizabeth?
Hi there.
Yeah.
I think you have both of us.
Yes, we're both here. Yeah.
Okay, do you have any further comments to summarize your letter?
No, I thought everything was very standard wireless telecommunications co-location. There wasn't anything unusual about it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you for looking it over, looking at that, making sure it meets the standards. All right. This time I move that you open up the public hearing for this project.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Does anyone wish to comment on this project? Seeing none in the room. Anyone online? You can raise your hand on Zoom.
People like to speak to this?
Okay, I hear someone. Go ahead. We'll start the clock.
Okay.
State your name and
I have asked.
just state your name.
This is Yvonne. I have. this is Michelle. I've asked the board, several times across the last year, a year and a half, if they could please determine whether the FCC guidelines shown on the OET Bulletin 56 and 65 are worthy of your scrutiny, in that the FCC chart itself that's found in these documents actually say that if there's more than 1,500 megahertz being broadcasted within a certain distance frame, that the maximum uncontrolled public exposure should not be more than 30 minutes. Now that presents a problem to anyone working or living or sleeping within, the distance that they speak of in this chart. And this information was also requested by Peter Finelli, and Peter was told that Cityscape, the kind of lobbyist wireless consultant that the town has hired, should really be asked this question. And I am asserting that one of their RF engineers that isn't close to retirement, because of course you want someone to care about their licensure, be willing to stand and with their certificate say that yes, this is safe, even though the lax FCC guidelines talk about an average of 30 minutes, and beyond that they don't talk about the health effects. And there's also property values that the additional wireless infrastructure is going to impact all the homes, on Shamrock Circle, and all the homes on Henman Road, I guess it is, off of Route 55 are going to be impacted. And, according to Andrew Campanelli, the big attorney for, that acts against towers, or the over-proliferation of towers, I should say, he said that no one could pay him enough to live within 1,500 feet of these things, and you're adding more. And the other issue is, the more you add, the more interference you're also, giving these neighbors. And, who knows, many of them are not able to make proper phone calls, which is all the Telecommunications Act covers. And it could be because of interference. So I don't think the town has really looked into that aspect of putting up multiple towers and multiple carriers. And it has not, purchased the Wilson Pro spectrum analyzer to see if there's even public necessity for more of this.
Okay.
What we're accepting for propagation charts and, and capacity maps from the carriers, who of course are, they can reverse engineer these things. The FCC itself doesn't accept those as real evidence of public necessity or of verifying that there is enough capacity in a particular area. So I think we have to do more homework. But, I get it. We're getting money. The town is getting money for this, but I don't think you really want to trade, the money that may be unnecessarily spent by these carriers, and the town receiving this money in exchange for the health and the property values that, many of the people that have spent their lives, keeping their properties up,
All right.
to pass them down to whoever. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay?
All right. Thanks for your
And-
comments, Michelle. We have to move on.
Okay.
Let's see if we have any other comments, and then maybe we can
Right,
ask
I mean-
Steve or Elizabeth if they have any
Yeah, we'll go
quick
around.
response for
And
that.
then we'll go around the board after that and see.
All right. Lucky's iPad. You've raised your hand, so I guess you're next. Can you please tell us your name?
Ed Peters, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I just got this paperwork in the mail, and I want to know if all of you on the board can tell me that my property is not going to go down in value when I sell my house. Guarantee me that. My property is not going to go down in value. Because I did some research on this, and property values do go down when you're close to these towers. Anybody guarantee that for me?
Sir, this is a public comment, so you provide the comment, we listen to it, and then we say thank you. So no one's going to respond to it right now?
Thank you.
Can you just clarify where your address is so we know how close you are?
3 Shamrock, sir.
Shamrocks, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else on the Zoom that wishes to comment on this application?
All right, seeing none, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We'll go around for comment. Start with Peter, because you had some concerns last time.
Yeah, I raised the question, and actually was hoping that our consultant would respond to it. And that is the concern that was expressed in excess of 1,500 megahertz exposure for no more than 30 minutes. There should be signage. How do we respond to that?
And I think it related more to a different application, but just in fairness to everyone, so they understand, it was related to the, I believe it was the Verizon at the Winslow Gate at Hudson Heritage. But Steve yeah, I see your hand is up, Steve, if you could help us.
In this case, this is in the middle of the commercial, the corporate park here.
Right.
There's quite a bit of distance between.
Right, but I think Steve, I think might be able to help clarify a couple of things.
So my background is, I'm an RF engineer, so my background is in radio engineering. As you can tell from the gray hair, I perhaps am too close to retirement to be credible to at least one of the folks on here, but I'll do my best with it. So I have a master's degree from Johns Hopkins. I've spoken extensively about this for people's concerns about that. In this particular application, Dish went to the extra length to have a company called EBI put together a report on the potential for RF hazards from this tower, and it came out to being 0.03% of the FCC public exposure. The curve that shows the sensitivities at different frequencies shows the greatest sensitivity between 30 and 300 megahertz. And the reason for that is the wavelengths for that are approximately the size of the human body, and therefore it can create some thermal effects, more so than the higher frequencies that tend to be just concentrated in a smaller wavelength. So at 1500 megahertz, you can actually have 10 times the level of something, let's say at 100 megahertz, which is where FM broadcast is at. And a lot of this is based, obviously on science and research. And there's been lots and lots of discussions about RF safety. For one, there's no ionizing effects from RF. It's simply thermal effects at very high levels. That's how your microwave oven works. You take about 1,500 watts, you put it in a small metal box, and whatever's in there gets heated up because you've trapped a huge amount of energy in that. A radio tower is a little different in that you've got an antenna and it's broadcasting out a signal in a number of different directions, and the signal drops off very rapidly with distance, which you probably noticed in the propagation plots. But as you get closer to the tower, the drop-off is even more extreme. And as a result, just standing below the antennas at the base of the tower or near to the tower, you don't really have much of any exposure. It's kind of similar to standing at the base of for example, a lighthouse. And you know that if you were to climb that and to stare into the beam, you would get blinded of that. But you're seeing that, yes, it is shining the light out, over the ocean, directed in that direction, just like a cell antenna directs it out towards the horizon. You don't see that much or that strong a light as you would expect standing near that. If that helps to explain a little bit, I'm more than happy to get into more details about it.
Thanks, Steve. That helps.
And I see that Elizabeth has also raised her hand from Cityscape, maybe. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith. I'm with Cityscape Consultants. And just to clarify, one of the comments is this is not for a new tower. this is a co-location on an existing facility. So it's not going to be a proliferation of towers because this one is already an existing facility. And a thing that needs to be considered is it is considered an eligible facility request, which the FCC has specific rules and regulations on that. If it is an eligible facility request, the jurisdiction is limited in being able to deny for various reasons. So that I just wanted to point that out. It is not for a new tower.
Yeah. All right, thanks for that comment. Hey, Peter, anything else?
Just in words of one syllable from Cityscape, are you saying that the concern that was expressed about the exposure to 1500 millihertz for more than 30 minutes is not a concern, yes or no?
It is not a concern at all.
Great.
No, the levels are far too low for that.
Thank you.
All right, Ben, anything?
I have nothing to add.
Nicole?
I think they answered all our questions.
Just, I'm a.
Yeah, I just have two more things to add. I was just wondering if
the public hearing is closed, Michelle?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We're going around the board for comments right now.
Just want to say that I have a physics major, PhD in physics, and the science that Steve presented makes sense. And so I have.
Okay.
I understand the concern, but
yes,
I mean,
it's definitely a much
the side effects are really don't exist.
Yeah,
I understand. Michelle has brought it to us before that some people are more sensitive than others, and as well. But it's good to hear the science from our consultants.
Yeah, and I would just add that the lighthouse analogy was very helpful for me personally. So thank you.
Steve?
No additional comment.
All right, I don't have anything further myself at this point. Appreciate it is an existing tower, as they've said, and it's not really that close to everything. So.
Okay. I move the planning board determine that the proposed 76 Ireland Drive extension Dish Wireless project would not have a significant adverse impact on the environment, and that no environmental impact statement will be required for the reasons set forth in the seeker negative declaration for an unlisted action dated June 15, 2023.
Second.
Moved and seconded for seeker. Called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
I move that the planning board grant conditional site plan approval for 76 Ireland Drive extension Dish Wireless project subject to the following. Respond to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies. Said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness, included of but not limited to the following 1 through 8.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right. Thanks, Derek.
Yes, absolutely. I just wanted to inform you all that me and my team will continue to work closely with Mr. Holloman and the building department to ensure that this site is modified according to the board's requirements. Hope y'all have a good night.
Yep, got to get through the conditions and prepare.
And thank you, Steve and Elizabeth, as well.
Thanks for joining in and answering our questions. Next up is Hudson Valley Animal Rescue Sanctuary. There's someone in the room. Okay.
Hi, Amy Montgomery from the applicant.
Amy.
So this is a couple of actions, one by the town board to modify the zoning to allow the existing uses to be legalized. And the planning board action is.
Her mic's not on, you gotta.
Oh.
I don't know, he won't come out. Come on.
Oh, yeah, Felicia, we gotta put you on mute. All right, there we go.
Start again, Amy.
So
sorry.
the planning board action is to combine two parcels to make them one, so that they'll be over 7 acres combined, and that will meet what is proposed for the zoning requirements that will be hopefully adopted at the end of the month.
Yep.
Most of the comments that I saw were technical in nature from this last submission, so.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Eric for the department's comments.
Sure. Let's see, the second appearance of this application, it is on for a public hearing tonight. For the first time, it does involve secret review, environmental review, site plan, and special use permit hearing. And the application was for a lot line revision, and in fact, it's a lot merger, which will not require that lot line revision approval from the board, but the plat may. It's as Amy mentioned, there's a separately, the applicant had proposed a zoning amendment, but the town board is now considering a separately proposed zoning amendment from the code committee for a number of amendments, which would change the regulations governing this application. So it will be compared to those if and when the town board takes action. Meanwhile, there are some comments on the application seeking information that would expedite review. That information will be needed in any case.
Yep.
And therefore, we're recommending that the board defer the application pending action by the town board and response to comments to revise the plans accordingly. And we have also asked the applicant in those comments to address the standards of the new regulations, whatever they are, once the town board gets through them.
Yeah, we will be looking at those as an action item tonight as well. So, all right. Let's see. Let's go to engineering. Can you unshare your screen again?
Yep.
So, yeah, we don't have very many comments remaining on this. We mainly had some questions about the multiple driveway access points, and if there would be a possibility of eliminating one of them, and then wanted some clarification on how the parking along Barnes Drive would be eliminated. That pavement would be removed. That's it.
All right, thank you. This is also on for public hearing, so I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone in the audience or on the Zoom call wish to comment on this application?
Yes, I'd like to provide a question. This is Michelle. The question has to do with the sanctuary and the expansion. Is this facility going to be experimenting? Is this going to be an animal experimentation facility as well as a sanctuary? Because I know when I had to find new homes for my Dobermans at one point. Actually, they belonged to my father, and I was really overcome with grief that the ad at the time that I sent out was being responded to by folks who experiment on animals, and I was appalled. Of course, I wouldn't be interested in doing that, but I think we should know if this is going to be one of those types of shared facilities where animals are experimented on in strange ways. And then, of course, that would add the problem of proper sewerage and, water, and where the water is going to go from a facility like this. Because, animal experimentation is egregious to a lot of people. And, it is, one more thing is, it is very interesting to note that the FCC conducted these experiments using a mannequin of a human head filled with sugar and water. And that's how they got their guidelines. And, so if the water boiled, then that meant the radiation was too high. So that's a huge problem there. And, I just wanted to end with that comment. For the board's consideration, if we're ethical people, then there's got to be more investigation going on in this community at the top. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for that information. All right. Anyone else wish to comment? And when do you think you'll be able to come back? Well, we got to go through the town board, so it won't be probably be the August meeting.
Yeah.
All right,
Can I answer that experimentation question?
sure.
There's not gonna be any experimenting on animals, it's just, it's a wildlife rehab and, adoption center, so it's all ethical.
Yep, that was my interpretation of it as well, so that's great to hear. I move we adjourn the public hearing to August 17th, 2023.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Let's go around the board for comments, start with Steve this time.
No comment.
No comment.
No comment.
My only comment is going forward, if there could be better fenced-in areas for the animals, specifically the chickens.
Okay.
I know they kind of run around all over the place, and now that you're going to be putting in a kennel, you're going to have more traffic, and you're going to have more cars there, and they tend to be in the driveway and stuff, so.
Okay.
If they could be in a caged-in area or just,
Kept out of the driveway?
yeah, or kept out of the driveway, that'd be great.
Yeah, they were there the one time I was there as well, but not the last time everything was all quiet. So.
Yeah.
Go to Ben.
No comment.
Peter.
Just a couple of things. One, I'm so glad you decided to take this route instead of the rezoning route. And in response to a comment that was just made, I have a family member who's a veterinarian. She speaks very highly of this enterprise. It provides a real need for our community. And I don't think there's any need for any concern. The only thing I've ever heard about these people is that they are kind and caring.
Yep, it's definitely something we need in the town.
Yeah.
And we want to try to get it to work. So we'll look at the zoning amendment tonight as well.
I move the planning board determine the application is incomplete for seeker review and defer further action on this application subject to the following. Respond to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness included but not limited to the following 1 through 7.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
I'm sorry, it was 1 through 10.
Second. Moved and seconded again. Called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Great, thanks for coming, Amy. Good luck with the town board. Let's see how that goes. Next up is Tinkleman's BP4 Westerly House. Step right up, as you can.
Good evening.
Is this one's on? Yeah, it's on. Okay.
Check it. All right, any changes since last time that you want to present?
Good evening, everyone. John Leisher with Tickleman Architecture. Just want to thank the board for taking a look at this application. A couple of outstanding items that we had from this last round of comments was from traffic. I coordinated with Mark from JMC last week to resolve the last couple outstanding issues. Mainly it'll be at the four-way intersection, providing a couple extra signage to align with that intersection. And then another couple items regarding to lighting photometrics and the pedestrian connection paths. But that's pretty much it. You know, kind of had a couple items from civil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have some stormwater things to work through with Andy on the details of the wall yet and things like that. But all minor things I think we can work through towards the end.
Okay. Thanks, Ken. Eric, this is yours also.
Let's see, so this is on for seeker review, site plan special use permit, and also for architecture. Tonight, it is also a public hearing. It's a slightly technically complicated application because of the ATC zone parcel has proposed access over the R20 zone parcel, but they have worked all that out. There's a couple of issues. I did hear from, we'll hear also, I think Mark Petraro will be on. And
He is on.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, so he'll tell you about the traffic and the sightline issues.
Correct.
For the planning board discussion tonight, it would be useful, we're recommending a conditional approval, but we're asking the planning board to provide some feedback for us to evaluate the response to conditions with regard to, I think about 5 things. One of them is the off-site sidewalk connection. The applicant would like to defer that to a future time, and we're open to doing that with some notes on the plan, or possibly an agreement. Secondly, the planning board was concerned about having visitor spaces, and he wanted to do that on a parcel as part of a future application. So that couldn't be done by this application. However, we're suggesting it be designed and land banked, such that a land bank agreement would have effectively accomplished the same thing, if the board is open to that. Thirdly, the board had previously been interested in some kind of on-site recreation facility or passive open space, and we thought you should have a discussion with the applicant and decide how you want that to appear on a final plan. Fourthly, there's a 48-inch high fence proposed atop the retaining wall. That's going to be visible, but there's no indication of what it looks like at the planning board. We thought would be interested in that. And lastly, the new limits of disturbance that were put on the plan this time indicate more disturbance than was previously indicated, particularly on the slope towards the dog park from the new building. And that's fine, no significant issue, just a question of does the board, there are some trees that appear to be removed there. They're not indicated that way, but they're in the grading. So does the board okay with that, or do you want some kind of replacement trees? Just let us know. I think that's, well, we did receive also just the other day for the off-site improvements that are proposed by this application, we did receive some letters of preliminary consent by the adjoining landowners. That'll be subject to a list of legal agreements that will be finalized on the plan.
Okay, thanks, Eric. What's remaining, Andy, from your perspective?
Yeah, so most of our comments are related to legal agreements and easements. And like Ken said, we have some technical comments to be addressed related to the SWIP, but I'm comfortable that they could be conditions of approval if the board so chooses.
Okay, thanks, Andy. And Mark, you're on for traffic and parking and et cetera.
Yep. Hello, everyone. Mark Petraro from JMC. We did review the applicant's submission of the materials. We actually had subsequent, conversations with the architectural team, as John had mentioned, really concerning regarding the site distance. So when you're leaving the site driveway, looking towards the east of the driveway, the sight line on plan view looks like it could potentially be clipping the existing retaining wall, as far as the retaining wall might potentially interfere with the sight line of someone trying to leave the driveway. I know that John also did some field investigation, and it looks like the pier, which is a taller piece of the wall, is about 4 feet high. So typically a car is about 4.35 feet as far as the roof of a vehicle, so it could potentially be seen over it. So we thought potentially an advanced warning sign could be placed in advance of that approach to the driveway there. And other comments besides site distance, I did provide some signage comments, which are pretty technical and just could be conditions of approval, but it looks like there might be a solution to the site distance concern.
Okay, thanks. And do you have any comments on the doing a land bank for the visitor parking?
I do not. I did not look specifically at that aspect of it.
Okay. Just
So
curious,
Carl,
if you had-
sorry, Carl,
if you had
the only thing with the
any
land bank parking is we would need to make sure that the SWIP account is
Right.
designed to accommodate that additional impervious surface if and when it's constructed.
And Andy, if I may, when we had talked last month, we had talked about having that, knowing with the zoning and all that, and so why we couldn't build those spaces now.
Right.
We already put some of that into the stormwater plan and the SWIP there, Andy. So we can just make sure then if we do the land bank, then we'll document it clear in there specifically for the land bank, so it's clear for Andy.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a good idea to include that as land bank myself. See what the rest of the board members say when we go around. But, all right, this is on for public hearing. So I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone in the audience or on the Zoom call wish to comment on this tonight? Scroll through real quick.
If you're on Zoom, you can unmute yourself or raise your hand to comment on this application.
Seeing none, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. I appreciate the, it helped the public comment that you guys kept the neighbors in the loop the whole time, and that was great, so I appreciate that. And we'll go around the board for comment. Start with Ben. Anything left? Okay.
No.
Peter?
My only comment is if we're going to defer this sidewalk, it should be clearly spelled out that it's a deferral only, it's not being forgiven, it's just being deferred.
We've been talking about that for several years, getting that sidewalk. There's one large tree that we hate to see go.
I just want to see it spelled out.
But, yeah, it's good to have that marked on the plans. Paul?
What was the reason for the fence over the retaining wall?
The fence is right around 4 feet.
Okay.
So by code, we would want to have that in case someone gets out of the car and walks over towards the wall and doesn't walk across it.
Ah, I see.
Just safety.
Just safety.
Safety. Okay.
Because you have a lot of bushes there as well. That
There are some bushes there, and as we talked with the neighbor, we didn't look for big trees. We didn't want a lot of all that in there.
Yeah, because he didn't want that in his
Correct. So we were
backyard.
using it also for headlight screening as well.
I think it was hydrangeas that I remember.
I believe that's.
So what kind of
That's the
fence?
majority along that line.
Yeah, so that's the next question.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Which side of the hydrangeas is this fence on? Is it right on the
It's
top of the
it's
wall?
on
Or?
the other side.
It's on the
It's on-
parking lot side?
Parking lot side.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, sure. That's a good idea.
So here's a quick section through the
Oh,
top
nice.
part of the.
That'd be
the
looking
wall.
from the neighbor's backyard, right?
This would be looking towards the fence from the neighbor's backyard, so you
Yeah.
can see the wall and the screen fence,
And then
the plants would
plants
be
are
on the
on the
back
other
side.
side.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
And so what fence are you going to be putting in?
So it's basically a mechanical screening fence, similar to what we were installing across the street to screen some of the ground mounted electrical equipment. So it has a 80% air view through it, so it's 80% screened for the most
And is
part.
it going to be black?
It'll be a powder coated metal, probably dark gray, something to complement the accents of the building.
Okay.
So then, I'm just curious how much of the foliage the neighbor will be able to see.
He won't be able to see.
Most
anything.
of it will be screened.
Yeah. Because it's just gonna
But part of
be
that was also,
taking up
if you
fence.
remember, the neighbor who's here tonight didn't really want the leaves and the small stuff also blowing on it.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
part of
I'd
that
say
was,
John, could you go back to that previous image you
Yes.
just had up? Because I think, is that it, right in the front there?
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, you'll see it
Okay.
there. There'll be some depending on the views. If you're looking from the side, you'll probably see more of it. If you're looking straight on, you won't see too much. But it's also, the retaining wall also doesn't span the entire length of the 3 properties, so there will be some spots to the left and the right that will have some views of the plantings and into the parking lot.
Okay. Just want to make sure that the neighbors are good with that.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, anything else?
No, I'm okay.
Ahmad?
Just echoing Peterman about documenting
Yep, sidewalk.
sidewalk.
Yeah, we have a note on the plan, so we'll follow up with, we'll add it to the list of legal agreements when we meet with the town attorney to include that in there as well.
All right.
No comment.
And Steve?
My only comment is the land bank is, I just like that idea so much, again, given the limited access to Springside. So I just think that's a really great solution there, so thank you.
All right. Yep, and that's what I agreed to, get those spaces land banked, at least we know they're coming. And Echo Peter's concerned as well, to get that sidewalk, some agreement worked out with the town of when that will happen. And let's see. I also had a question about the EV chargers in the parking lot. I forget how many you have now.
So there will be 3 stations. So we'll have one on the satellite parking lot where it's closer to the dumpster locations. We'll have one over next to where the fire truck turnaround is, and then we'll have the one handicap location.
Okay.
Both will be, all 3 will be dual stations, so we'll end up having 6.
And do you plan on adding some extra? You might consider extra conduit in the ground for any adding more in the future as this takes off more. And as BP3 is under construction, I'm not sure we discussed it at that time a few years ago. So you may want conduit in the ground or something.
We are coordinating that right now with our site contractor.
Okay, great.
Which will be back for a field change for when that
2 items that Eric mentioned.
Yep,
and landscaping on the slope.
Yep. Yep, let's get to that.
Okay.
So the disturbance on the extra disturbance on this toward the dog park, that he said that's a steep slope, or?
So the one side on the right, do you have the plan?
Yes.
Just pull that up.
When we adjusted in the back to get some more access around and that there's some grading on what would be, yep.
Okay, that grading right there.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, in that area. And that's what Eric's referring to. There's a couple trees that are probably in that area that are gonna end up having to come down as part of that grading. We don't know if there's rock there in its exposure. We haven't done a lot of exploration in that area because there was no need to do a lot of exploration. One of the things that, as we've done in other situations where there's potential, Fox Run, for instance, it was one, is if we run into a rock that is stable and we can keep it steeper, closer to the sidewalk and keep more of the land instead of having to try and chase it back up the hill, which will help preserve something on top. We're going to look to do that. You know
okay.
What I mean? The slope is there because what's needed to make a stabilized slope. But if we find rock that can be stabilized in a vertical fashion right outside the edge of the walk area or something like that, we'll come up 2 or 3 feet with the rock or whatever it is so we can keep as much of the land above it. So perhaps we can do what we did on that, craft a little note on the plan that says, at that time, we'll review it with the town engineer, what we find, and if there is rock there that can be done, we'll keep it. It doesn't preclude the fact that if we can't, we do have to remove trees, and if the board would like us to come up with a place to put back trees, then we can add some trees back in.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to keep keep the foliage on from an erosion point of view and everything else. Shade is always good. And the last thing is we talked on and off over the last few meetings about an amenity such as a pickleball court or a playground or whatever. I don't know if you see a lot of kids moving in here yet, or what's the status?
Not quite yet, but on a similar note with that, with the varying topography, right now it's kind of tough until we actually get into it to see what's available land to provide some sort of amenity. If we have the ability to create some flatter areas that don't have rock and we can excavate to be able to provide those, that is certainly the plan.
I mean, you're gonna have 2 big apartment buildings coming online additionally. So I think we should put a note on the plan to look into amenities, depending on what they find.
Does the board, are you
it would help if you have any, or John, do you have any specificity as to what, I mean, is it gonna be, are you thinking of trying to locate some kind of a facility like a court or just open space, or it could be any of the above?
I think the overall campus idea is to provide more open space with interconnectivity and the pedestrian walkability. That's going to be the first desire, and then if we have available flat land to provide a court of some sort, that would be a benefit as well.
Okay.
Okay, I think we can craft a note with that.
Yeah.
Sounds good. And anything else on my to-do list here? No, that's it.
Okay.
Oh, and lighting. The last thing. I guess between the wall and the fence, the lighting is facing the parking lot. We're not going to, because these
Correct.
neighbors are downhill from that, so we don't want
the lighting, I believe, is shielded.
lights shining in their windows.
Right.
Okay.
They're all LEDs. Right?
And the bollards are low photo LEDs. Yeah. So
Yeah,
anything along that
poles
line.
along the.
No, there are actually only 3 poles. The majority are in the middle of the site on the northern portion of
Okay.
the parking lots.
We're trying to stay under 3,000 Kelvin for those
Right.
temperatures. Okay, great.
There was one comment about some areas that had insufficient lighting at the bottom of the driveway and in the right of way.
Correct. I think.
Do you have any? Is there anything the board you need to discuss with the board about how to address that?
No, I think we can follow back up with an additional photometrics going even further. I think at some point when it got to 0.0 for a certain distance, then the photometrics just kind of stopped. But we can continue the line to show our compliance.
But there is the entrance there is on at a state right of way. So in there, and we can't obviously go over the foot candles over the property line, and the property line sits back some distance, from there. So we're relying on what is street lighting at our entrance more, because there is a pole there at the entrance where it comes out onto.
There is a pole at Springside Avenue
Correct.
at the base of the entrance.
I guess my thought on the comment was that this is a new driveway intersecting with the public roadway. It's pretty far from any site lighting, and we don't know how much light is there. And we've even talked about there being a limitation on site distance and stuff, so I just want to make sure the board is comfortable with, are you comfortable with whatever amount of light happens to be out there from the street light, or do you want staff and the applicant to make sure that there's enough light?
Well, I think you should work to make sure there's enough.
So what we did, we added a light from the last application here at the driveway to provide adequate light for the driveway itself. And then there is an existing street light located at the utility pole.
Okay,
Here
so,
on
that
Springside
may
Avenue.
work out
Yeah.
sufficiently.
So when we did the
But
photometrics,
just,
And we don't do photometrics of the municipal lights. We're
Yes,
doing
yes,
just the
gotcha.
proposed.
Take a look at it with the
But we can
staff.
look at the type of light that's there from Central Hudson and have an idea of what's there to provide Eric with some information on.
Sounds good. And I
That'd
like
be
that.
good.
I like that you moved the sidewalk over to the east side of that
Yeah.
road as well. That works out better, I think. All right.
Okay. I move the planning board determine that the proposed BP4 Westerly House project would not have a significant adverse impact on the environment, and that no environmental impact statement will be required for the reasons set forth in the secret negative declaration for an unlisted action dated June 15, 2023.
Second.
Moved and seconded for seeker. Called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Move the planning board grant conditional site plan approval and special use permit approval for the BP4 Westerly House project subject to the following. Respond to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies. Said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness inclusive of but not limited to the following 1 through 12.
And 12 includes the comments we made tonight about the fence and everything else.
Second.
All right. Moved and seconded. Called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Can you present architecture?
Yes. So as you can see from the plans, the building is rather skinny and narrow. So what we tried to do on the the front elevation, which is facing south, facing the arterial, is to break up the facade in certain points, accentuate some of the verticals with our stair tower and our entry. And overall, as you see going around, we have the same kind of effects on the rear. It's the north elevation that's facing back towards the woods, towards Arlington Heights Association. We have some where we created the stormwater collection area to the neighborhood property. We have some ground floor patios that from community space. And then here we have an enlarged view where you can start to see some of the materials. We have two roofing types. We have asphalt shingles and standing seam accent roofs up on the 4th floor apartments. The windows that we're using, we're going to utilize the same windows that we're doing for across the street, which are extremely good with thermal properties. They're extruded polymer windows, so you don't have the thermal break between aluminum windows. And then the majority of the exterior materials are going to be James Hardie fiber cement siding panels. We have lap siding, which is going to be an Arctic white, takes up the majority of the facade. Then we have some additional panels that have vertical, which is in a dark gray. And then on the ground floor and stair towers that breaks up some of the forms, we have the gray slate and the larger format panels with reveals in them. And the additional couple pictures that we have of the campus, it's really starting to mix the standard residential single-family, multifamily houses with mixed in of the modern feel of the 44 Springside. And then I had the detail of the fence to discuss, which we're going to discuss.
Yep. All right, comments from board members on the architecture? Looking good?
Yeah, I think it looks good.
Everybody okay? All right, I move we accept architecture as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Good to go.
Thank you.
Good luck with that one, as well as BP3 completion.
Thanks very much.
Next up, 68 Van Wagner Road. All right, who's here? Okay.
Just getting myself set up here.
Yep. There's some updates to present.
Yes, good evening. Robert Turner, Tinkelman Architecture. I'm representing Santiago Sanchez, who's the owner of the property. For this submission, we made considerable changes to the site plan itself. I think what I would like to start with is that just kind of give an overview that the use of the lower level happens to be an automotive detailing facility. I know that it falls into the classification as a motor vehicle repair facility, and so we do follow the guidelines that are outlined within the zoning ordinance for that type of facility in regards to setbacks, screening, storage of where vehicles can go. I wanted to also kind of review the work that will be happening as part of this project, and that we've identified on the site plan sheet. It starts out with paint correction. That would be one of the first things that will be occurring here. Basically, it's the process of removing scratches, imperfections found in the vehicle's clear coat. Tools that are typically used are an electric polisher, a buffer. There's microfiber buffing pads, and it uses a lot of abrasive paste in order to
grind out the imperfections. There's dent removal, which specifically deals with slight hollow imperfections or indentations within the surfaces that are typically caused from like a blow or some type of pressure put onto the car. They do not get involved in the repair of a part of a car or a fender or something that has been damaged during a car accident. That is not part of what they deal with when they're dealing with dent removal. They also will be dealing with automotive cosmetic work. Basically, that deals with cosmetic damage, basically does not impede the operations and performance of a vehicle. It basically deals with the visual, the visual looks of the car. And so it doesn't deal with anything in regards to motors, frames, any of the systems within the car. Then when you get with the automotive detailing, which is the last item on that list, of course, that is the act of cleaning and restoring a vehicle to like new condition. This will be dealing with both the interior and the exterior of the car. The common tools that they use are vacuums, pressure washers, hand buffing machines, and steam cleaners. You know, those are common items, especially vacuums and steam cleaners that you find in normal residences. I wanted to also review products that would typically be used within the, I will say, the lower area of the existing building, because what the client has done is they've separated their functions. They've maintained the detailing portion of the work within the existing building. Anything that's associated with paint correction and painting, which would consist of primers, the paints, clear coating, that will all occur within a new building that they're going to be constructing on the site that will contain a spray booth within that building. And I'll get into that a little bit later. But right now, the chemicals that will be used within the existing building will be things like car shampoo, which is nothing more than soap that they'll be using to clean the cars through the use of the power washer. There's vinyl and leather cleaners, which most people use on their furniture within their house. Glass cleaners, of course, that's a very common item. They'll also be using car wax, and then there's a tire shine, which is the foam stuff you spray on your tires to make them look nice and clean. Specifically, those are the chemicals that you'll find within this particular portion of the building. Anything that's going to be within the paint booth would be dealing with your solvents, your primers, your paints. Work that will not be conducted on site is going to be any repair work to vehicle engines, fuels, emission, cooling systems, brakes, works on the vehicle frames, or repair or replacement of malfunctioning parts within the car. Those will not be done on this site. So I just wanted to make that very clear, that there is a significant distinction between car detailing versus an actual auto repair shop. Now, when we're looking at the painting portion of the site, of course, that will be the building situated to the north. Within that building, of course, there's going to be a spray booth that will be constructed, and that spray booth, of course, will be confined to the work that will be conducted within the spray booth will consist of priming, painting, and sealing of auto parts or automobile parts that need to be repaired, as in if you've taken a scratch out or you've taken a dent out and there needs to be some refinishing of that particular item, this is what will be occurring there. The paint booth, of course, is what is identified as being ETL listed, which means that it's basically in compliance with the North American safety standards. There's also various other regulations that the paint booth conforms with, and that's pretty much all within the material that I provided to you. the owner of the business, they're going to be following the standard practices of many of the other automobile painting facilities in Dutchess County and across the United States, where they're starting to go with environmentally friendly waterborne paint products. Those products have a lower VOC, and of course they produce less hazardous waste. I know one of the questions that did come up earlier was, how are they managing the hazardous waste on the property? They are contracted with a company that's called Safety Clean, so I should say Safety Clean Systems. They're out of West Nyack, and basically what they do is they provide canisters and containers that these items are disposed of. They're then picked up by this company and taken off, and they are properly then disposed of. And meeting whatever guidelines that have to be followed in regards to that. I also did provide filter performance reports that talk a little about the performance for the filters of the spray booth system. On removing particles from the air, they're about 99% efficient. Then also, I know there was a concern about odors that could be produced from this process. If there are complaints from neighbors, there is a carbon filtration system that can be connected to the paint booth system. That then will remove a significant amount of the odors from the air. But at this point in time, it's additional costs. The owner would like to avoid doing that, at this point in time. The other concern that I know was coming up is the relationship of the paint booth to the residential properties around. Right now, we have located the paint booth so that way it conforms with the 2020 New York State Fire Code. There's a section specifically relating to fire or spray finishing. It requires that the duct locations, which I've identified in this exhibit over on the left side, you can see the
Do you want to share your screen? It's not currently up. Yep.
My apology.
Yeah, that might help, actually.
Yeah, here I thought I was sharing.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were just giving the description first.
My apology. Come on.
There it goes.
Now I just gotta get back to where I need to be. There we go. So here I was talking about the site plans, and it was not in front of you, my apology.
Shows us the title page as we're seeing.
So what I end up by having is you have the existing building here to the south.
We're still not seeing it. We're just seeing the title page.
I think,
Only can see the title page.
no, we're seeing your directory.
With the
Sometimes if you just stop sharing and then try again.
You're gonna have to.
Yeah, it always does. That's the speaker, the last person who's made noise. Even sharing the screen. Yeah, it always does. See, still have.
Okay, that looks better.
Now let's see if this.
We're there, yeah.
Got it.
There we go. There we go.
So now.
I'll get the hang of this.
Yeah.
So we have the existing building here on the south. And then to the north, they are looking to locate what I'm calling the spray paint booth building. Over on the side here, I provided an enlargement. You can see where the two dark blue areas happen to be. The front one happens to be the intake, and so air will be coming into that from the roadside. And then the second one is the exhaust. And as per the system that is being, that will be purchased, this exhausts directly up. And so it doesn't exhaust in any direction that would be affecting any of the residences around it. So being that it goes directly up, I feel that it sufficiently will disperse any odors that could be being put into the air. Also, when you look at the positionings here, we maintain the 30 feet distance to the exhaust duct locations. We also had to stay away from any openings within the existing building. We had to be 10 feet away from that. You can see the exhausts are significantly further than 10 feet. In regards to changes to the site, because that's something that I have not shown you yet, and you had a chance to see that, we eliminated pretty much all the parking that was in front of the building. We've located the handicap parking space in between the existing building and the paint booth building. And then we have two spaces which are up in the northern corner. And then as per the recommendation of Eric, we have located one space down on along the southern property line. We are asking that the board allow us to waive the parking requirements because this is a single bay facility. They will be bringing one car in at a time. Maximum number of cars they do in a day is 2. And so there really is no need to provide a significant amount of parking for customers, because the customers will come, they'll drop their car off, then they'll be coming back because it's a several-hour process, for detailing the cars. Access to the backyard is, or I should say the back storage yard, is between the refuge enclosure and the paint booth building. There's an access way here that takes you to a gate. Any vehicles that are not being worked on at this point in time, if they have to wait for something, they'll be pulled around to the back here and they'll be parked within the enclosed fenced area that currently exists right now. There'll be a new retaining wall that will be constructed between the existing building and the new paint booth building. It'll be occurring in exactly the same location as the existing retaining wall. There will need to be a small retaining wall off on the north side of the paint booth building to accommodate some of the grade change that has to occur over there. Another concern that we had before was with the flow of traffic, and I should say the trucks on and off the site. The plan on the left side happens to show what the refuge truck will be doing as a pattern. They will come in, load up the refuge, and then they back up and then they leave. And so there's no further overlap of what we had before where we were overlapping the handicap facility. And then over on the right side, you can see what the fire truck's path will be through the site. There's significant space for the truck to maneuver. There's nothing in front of the building to prevent any access to the building for firefighting. Also, I'll just kind of jump back here. The site is accessible from 2 sides. So if there's a fire on the back side of the building, that can be accessed through Van Wagner Road. And they can come in here and they are able to pretty much get to all sides of the building. And if they need to get to here, there's a gate through the back area here that allows access to the back side of the paint booth building if they need to.
All right.
Elevation-wise, I provided the elevations of the paint booth building. I know there was a comment from Tim Sickles. This building will require a building permit, and so it does need to conform with both the New York State Building Code and the Fire Code, so it will be conforming with that, so that way they can get a building permit for the construction of this particular building. It is small in scale. When you look at the street view, it gives the appearance of being nothing more than a garage on the site. And you can see how then the fences in the between the buildings and between the dumpster area, they pretty much screen the storage yard that's behind them. This is just a plan of the building itself that was provided as a conceptual idea. You can see where the exhaust duct is and the air intake happens to be.
All right.
I think the last thing is, I know there was a comment about an oil water separator and a test manhole. Those are items that we'll be looking to address, and we'll have those included with the next submission.
Okay, thanks. Eric, this was your review, so see what your department recommends.
Sure. The application to the planning board is for a seeker review, site plan, and special use permit, and it is scheduled tonight for public hearing, so people will be invited to speak. The focus of, we are recommending a deferral tonight, and the comments for the planning board that we want to emphasize have to do with the use, in particular the criteria and performance standards for the special use permit and for the use on this site. We've provided those, what the code says, in your packets for your reference, because I know the board has expressed a lot of concerns about that. In particular, I guess I also want to make a couple points of information we know about, and also that I got recently. For zoning, the motor vehicle use according to zoning, if the board approves it, would not be restricted to any particular type of use unless it's on the plan or on some kind of a document. So if it's just as a motor vehicle use, if somebody else could move in there and do whatever motor vehicle repair is for that person. So the applicant could, however, put information on the plan that does specifically restrict it to certain kinds of use or materials, if they chose to do that or if the board required it. Also, I just understood this week that the building permit, the building inspector, I did speak to the building inspector. Bob did outline some of the building requirements for the paint booth. He did clarify that the building, where is it? Oh, that's right. The building was previously CO'd received a certificate of occupancy as a motor vehicle repair shop in the past, and therefore that use under the building code does not expire unless the use changes. So for this operation to move into the building, unless there were a new application for a building permit, the certificate of occupancy, the use according to the certificate of occupancy would simply continue as motor vehicle repair. So his statement, that explains why his only comment in your packet is that it would need to comply with the 2020, the paint booth would have to comply with the 2020 building permit. Currently there's no need for a building permit for the motor vehicle use in the existing building.
Okay, I assume that's from the golf cart use.
Right. Actually, it predates that.
Or even before that.
Yeah, apparently it predates that. So I think that's pretty much it. So I'd invite the board to discuss it. And you also might want to ask the applicant, as he mentioned tonight, that storage of vehicles in the back, you might want to find out how many would that be, for how long. The circulation in front is greatly improved, thank you. I guess I would wonder, you mentioned there's only a maximum of 2 vehicles a day. So I wonder, we talked about a parking space on the south instead of screening for the apartments next door or a fence or something. And I'm wondering, do you need that space, or do you need even we would recommend the board consider the waiver the applicant's suggesting I don't know how many spaces they actually need in front or not.
For parking, yeah. I mean, this type of, it doesn't sound like it's parking intensive.
Right. But the big discussion should be about what the board would like to see in the way of uses or restrictions for this application.
All right, thanks, Eric. Andy, you have
Yeah, I
comments?
think most of our comments have already been addressed. The big one was really the oil water separator. So.
All right. What about, you talked about pressure washing. I just had, as long as Andy's pressure washing, where's all that water go? Is there a floor drain or something?
There happens to be a floor drain within the existing space.
Okay.
I know right now they're going to, as part of the project, to make sure that it does flow properly. They're going to be cleaning that out, and of course that would be all part of the installation of the oil water separator as well as the test manhole.
Okay.
So they'll have to clean that out too.
So that's satisfactory, Andy?
Once they install that oil water separator in the SEPA manhole, yeah, that would be acceptable.
Okay, thanks. All right, this is on for public hearing, so I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone in the room wish to comment or on the Zoom call? Please unmute or raise your hand on Zoom.
I think we have some.
I did raise my hand.
Oh, I see Felicia here.
There you go, Felicia.
Hi, I have a couple of questions. I'm not really versed on, all the uses and stuff. So did you say that it was used as a motor vehicle repair or service years ago, so now it can again? Because the deli that used to be next door was always a deli, and then when the woman bought it, because it was bought and sold to her, they said that the grandfather use expired or something. I'm just curious. So is that what you basically just said?
There's a distinction being made between what the building code, which is different than the zoning code. The issue that I think you were talking about with the zoning code, probably with the deli, I think had something to do with the zoning for that parcel. In this case, the building code is different, and from the building code perspective, the use has been and would continue to be used as a motor vehicle repair facility. So that's the distinction.
Okay, because I know it got rezoned in like 15 or 16, and it was RM, and they changed it to BN. So, and the county mentioned that they really were concerned about the town taking motor vehicle use out of BN because it would not keep in character of the residential districts. And just, I'm going to be real quick, but the applicant before this, Tinkleman, who's really, I kind of live like in between both things, and I feel like it's getting beautified to the right and brought down to the left because, they are painting in there. It's more like a body shop. I drive by a lot. There's at least 12 or more cars in that fenced-in area, and I'm beginning to feel like it was almost like that gas station on Vassar Road where it was encroaching cars all into the residents. The fence is junky. There's a lot of weird activity in the apartments. I personally don't think that it's a good use for that area, and that's just my opinion. And I feel also, I think you said that the exhaust, goes up, but those apartments are up high, and then the apartments in Parlor Pizza are high, and I sleep with a fan 24 hours. I mean, I'm not close to it, so I'm just trying to think of others, and I have gotten some complaints in town hall about the smell and stuff like that from, anonymous people. And I just feel like, I don't know, I just feel like it's going to be a problem, basically. And then, oh shoot, I lost my train of thought. Oh, I know. So, I never know what I'm going to do with my life. So I don't know if somebody wanted to buy that Parlor Pizza and make it into a groovy little restaurant. I wouldn't even think twice of the way that place looks right now. And there's a lot of cars. There's a lot of cars for sale in that parking lot a lot. It's just, that's the way it is now. And I'm just afraid of what'll happen in the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments, Felicia. Anyone else?
Anyone on the Zoom, you can raise your hand or just unmute yourself, if whatever's easiest.
I think we'll probably
Not seeing any.
Adjourn
right now.
till August likely, because the next surveil is coming Monday, right?
There's actually an extra
week
this month,
I
right?
guess we can adjourn it again if need be.
Can I ask one more quick question? I'm sorry. Is that allowed or am I done?
Yeah, go ahead.
In the uses, is there something somewhere that says, hold on, I'm scrolling. Something about, no inoperative vehicle shall be stored on the premise for more than 90 days. Is that something that they would have to adhere to? Or are they allowed to use that lot? Because there's, like I said, there. What's that?
It's supposed to be transitory storage for things being worked on, so that should be the case, I believe.
Alicia, those are really questions for Chrissy. So
Okay,
we'll ask her for the code interpretation. I do think that cars for sale is not a permitted use on this lot. So one of the things is that if the board were to grant the approval for the use with whatever limitations the board put on it, then all of the extraneous uses would hopefully go away.
Okay, thank you for your, thanks.
All right, seeing no other comments, I move we adjourn the public hearing to August 17th, 2023.
Second.
Oh, sorry, let me move it to July 20th, 2023.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Just in case we have an earlier submittal, we can always adjourn it again. All right, let's go around the board for comments. Start with
Mr. Chairman, I'll just to clarify, because from the public response, it appears I might have confused some people. So just to briefly clarify, the question on continuing use under the building code determines whether or not an applicant has to get a building permit. If the CO is no good because the building is changing use or because it's been vacant forever and there is no use, then ordinarily people have to get a new certificate of occupancy for the building. That is not the case here. They do not have to get a new certificate of occupancy. They do not have to get a building permit unless they propose to do something requiring a building permit under the code.
So-
The question
so
of
putting
use
in
for
the-
zoning
so
just
putting
has
in
to do
the-
with the motor vehicle use. That is a zoning permit, which is now before the planning board.
So doing work like the oil water separator does not require the.
That's an infrastructure permit.
Okay, so.
And it would be, it's part of the site plan because it's a utility for the use.
Okay.
They will need a building permit for the new structure.
For the the paint booth, yes, that's understood.
Right.
But the existing building is okay.
So I apologize for any miscommunication there.
All right, thanks. Now let's go around the board for comments. Start with Nicole.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for going through that list of chemicals that will be used. I don't have a problem with it. My only concern would be that there wouldn't be any repair going on inside the building that could create sparks. And I don't know if we can legally put something in writing stating that that will be the case, that there won't be any type of work inside the building that will create sparks that could possibly start a fire, since the building is not fire coded. There's no sprinklers and stuff like that in the apartments. But I don't know. I don't know how the other board members feel about that. But I think that's a discussion that we should have with each other tonight and going forward.
Yeah, the apartments above need to be protected.
Correct.
That's for sure.
I know with the.
I think there's been reports of somebody smelling fumes above. So.
Yeah. I know with the uses that have been identified, I really don't see any of those
welding
processes. There would be no welding.
Yeah,
There would be nothing that would be.
I understand that, but we need to protect ourselves
Correct.
legally, and we need to protect anyone that's living above this place as well. So if we can legally put something in writing that states that there won't be anything done inside that would create a spark, then I'm completely fine with it.
Okay.
But again,
As Eric noted, we could put plan notes in place to restrict the use versus
Yeah, special use permit does give us the ability to put conditions on the approval that, you know, it wouldn't be the case if it was just a site plan
Right.
or as strong. So there are, you know, we can talk about what they should say but I think that we would have the ability to do that.
Okay, anything else?
No.
I think what been described for the use and what I hear, there's some discrepancies. So
Yes,
that's where the legal clarification of what you said need to be stated somewhere that this is the use. Because you hear from the neighbors, from others passing by, that there are many activities going on the lot that are not limited to what you said.
Yeah, that is a concern,
Yeah.
so that's why we would.
And the second thing, I think the fume and the odor is not by shooting the air up in the air. I mean, shooting the exhaust up in the air, because we smelled the fire from Canada. So really, there should be some mitigation to any odor that comes out.
Good point.
With you said they don't do any disposal processing on site, it gets picked up?
Correct.
And it's in big gallons?
It's almost like a drum.
Where do they store that, and what type of truck comes and gets that?
Well, I'm not sure what the company, Clean Safety or Safety Clean, what trucks they use. But the drums would be located within in this case, most of the hazardous chemicals are located within the paint booth. So there is a paint room where you do properly store all your paints, your solvents, and clear coats and things like that. That would be located within that space, outside of the building. Within the existing building, the use of soaps, waxes, and things of that nature, I don't see that being hazardous. So those would be disposed of as waste.
Yeah. And as for the issue of the use, I mean, is it safe to assume that the comments of the fire district, like, they're aware that it's a detailing use, or does further clarification need to be given to them? Because it's hard for me to substitute my judgment when I see inherently dangerous.
The problem, I think, is that it states that it's motor vehicle use.
Right.
And so underneath that code, they could technically do repair on a car.
Right.
But the problem with that is that the tenants above the apartments aren't sprinkled.
No, I understand that,
Yeah.
but if it, like, I would feel much more comfortable if the fire department understood that there were gonna be limitations in place.
They do, but they, just like us, they need something legally put in writing stating that that is.
Right, and if that were to happen, would
Right.
they then
Yeah,
change their
I don't know, and
assessment?
unfortunately, the fire department, George from the fire department was not able to, he's been away, and so we didn't review it again with him, but I mean, between now and the next time, maybe
Yeah.
we'll
probably-
try to sit down and have that
Yeah.
conversation.
Because
Again, I don't know if it'll change his
Yeah.
feelings. I don't know.
It's good to, as we're discussing tonight, restricting, it's because the special use permit can be restricted, the uses, we could
Yeah.
maybe work
because-
some language out with that. Maybe
Yeah.
Lisa can help out with that, and with Eric.
Yeah, because I mean,
figure this out.
conceptually, I'm comfortable with it too, but I don't think I can get behind it if the fire
Yeah.
department doesn't change
I mean,
their
it came in,
assessment.
I mean, initially it came as they were just doing some detailing, and then the next thing we know, people and neighbors are complaining about paint fumes and cars for sale and other things going on, so that's our concern, that they're not, then it becomes an enforcement issue.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's it.
Just a clarification, you had mentioned 2 customers coming, but that's for the new building, right? The new work they're gonna take on?
That's the use that would be within the building. Existing.
Yeah, so what ends up happening is they can only handle 1 car at a time, so the maximum number of cars that they will detail might be 2. And so one person would probably bring their car in the morning, they get their car detailed. If there's any painting that goes on, well, then that part goes over to the paint booth, and it gets sprayed and dealt with over there and then put back onto the car.
But there's work in both buildings.
There would be work in both buildings, but you won't have it, two separate customers going on in one building, one in the other.
So between both buildings, there will never be more than 2 customers there.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right. Ben, anything?
Okay. You said, first of all, you have fuel tanks I see there, relocated fuel tanks?
Correct.
They're above ground?
Those happen to be above ground.
Are they contained? And do you have a monitoring system for them?
I just know that
If there's a
they're
leak,
existing tanks.
Perhaps, does it get contained? Are they in a bin?
Those happen to not be in bins because they're just existing on site at this point in time.
What do you need fuel tanks for if you're just doing?
Those happen to be the tanks, the oil tanks for the heater inside the building that heats both the
It
store
says
and the...
fuel oil tanks on the
Oh,
plan.
I should say heating fuel oil tanks, so I should clarify that then.
So this is, you might say, a quasi body repair shop, not quite a body repair shop.
When you say a quasi,
You know, they don't do things like, say, Northside or Caliber.
no,
or-
they don't. This is just specifically detailing.
Okay.
And
if you say the exhaust goes up, which other members brought up too, but it goes up only if there's no wind. If the wind blows, it's gonna go east or west, north, south, you know.
well, that's why
So-
the mitigation option is there. If there are complaints regarding fumes, they can then install this other system onto the one that they will
Why don't
purchase.
they do it now?
It's
Why wait till
more of an
people
economic
complain?
issue, that they're looking at. I mean, they need to start making some money so that way they can be able to improve the equipment that they would be using.
Not too excited about that.
The business has been operating too, I mean.
That's the
right.
problem. People have smelled the fumes right now, and that's some of the complaints we're getting, so.
That's
the fact
something
the
that I will
fact that
speak with the owner
but
about.
once there's a paint booth there, perhaps the fumes will be a lot less, but yeah, as you said, a carbon scrubber could be put on the paint booth as well. But we have to look at enforcement now and figure out what's going on. Anything else, Ben?
Next thing, there's residents above the existing building, right?
Yes.
You have 2 parking spaces you talked about. Where do the residents park?
They park in the back. They come off of Van Wagner Road. There's a separate parking lot up on the upper level.
All right. What are the hours of operation of this place?
The hours of operation are 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, and 8 to 12 on Saturday. That's identified on the site plan.
Okay. Fuel tanks.
And do you know, go ahead.
Just the oil water separator. You're gonna put one there, or they're gonna wait to see?
That's going to be a requirement before, as part of this project, they have to be installing that.
Okay, you know how big it is?
Well, that's what we're going to be now addressing. We'll be getting that properly sized and then also getting the sample manhole size, and because Andy was requesting some details on that, so we'll be providing that with the next submission.
Okay.
All right.
That's all I have for now.
Thanks, Ben. And Peter.
I just wanted to follow up on some comments that were made by Felicia, the caller. 21087 in our zoning ordinance, motor vehicle repair facilities. A, all vehicle parts, dismantled vehicles, and similar articles shall be stored within a building or screened from view. B, insofar as possible, all repair work shall be performed indoors. And further, to respond to the question about vehicle sales, a motor vehicle repair facility is a facility arranged, intended, or designed for making repairs to motor vehicles, and which may not include the sale of rebuilt vehicles and parts. So this potentially could be a sales site. Now, the lot in the back Today was full. It had 16 cars parked in there and was jam-packed. Many of the vehicles appeared to be non-registered. In other words, there were no plates on them. So we want to know, and they appear to be all in good condition, or fairly good condition. We'd like to know, what that lot is being used for. And as far as that being used for spillover parking, does not look like it's an option the way it's being used today, because it's already full. And it's not screened in any way. There's a chain link fence that goes around it, and that's it. As far as 2 vehicles per day, when I went by there today, there were either 4 or 5 vehicles parked in front of the building, not 2. It would be at least double that. And to follow up on what my colleague Ben had to say, there's a significant change in elevation between the street and the paint booth. I would like to know the difference in elevation between the exhaust on the paint booth and the street. If you could provide that for us the next time you come in, just to be sure, because like Ben said, the exhaust goes up, but that does not take into consideration that wind blows. So we'd like to know what is the difference in elevation between that exhaust and the street behind it.
Which would be Van Wagner Road?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, you represented that the uses of chemicals, car shampoo, vinyl leather cleaner, car wax, and tire shine was all fine. Would you would you consider making that a condition of the special use permit?
I know right now we have those identified on the site plan.
Right.
Because that was what was requested of us. And so.
Yeah, but the site plan and special use permit, I think, are 2.
Yeah, no, we would want those to be conditions on the special use permit if.
Okay.
Yeah,
so it would be limited to those items.
Right, or in those uses. And,
also, the condition that we as you represented earlier, no repair work on engines, brakes, and there was a laundry list of other items that would also be part of the special use permit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We would have to, craft some language, and I would ask Eric and Lisa to get together with that.
Yeah.
And try to craft something, so we are following the longer list of uses you recommended, but not make sure we're excluding selling vehicles
and also keeping in mind, as
as
long as we're making a list here again about the screening.
Yes.
Because there is no screening, and as part of the code, there should be.
All right. Thanks,
I just want to add that even heating oil should have a containment around the tanks.
If it's
If
outdoors.
it leaks, it's going to catch fire.
It's an outdoor thing.
And it's going to contaminate the soil.
All right. Thanks, Ben. I noticed also it's a chain link fence. You can see all those cars, so you might consider slats.
That's on the site plan.
Okay, slats.
It's identified on
Slats
there.
is
There's
presented as,
supposed to be installed.
Slats are proposed. Okay.
Since it's a residential area, I'm not really certain that the slats, are appropriate. A couple of little trees, you can buy an arborvitae for $50, and they'll grow rapidly, and they'll provide some adequate screening, I think, to the residential homes across the street from that parking lot.
Some additional landscaping, that might be a good idea.
It's not crushing in terms of expenditure.
Mm-hmm.
It would be much more attractive than the chain link fence with slats in it, if you would consider it.
I think that is a good idea. Those houses across the street on Van Wagner will be looking down at that fence. Also, let's see, I think we've covered everything I had on my list as well. I think the key thing is the enforcement of what they're doing now.
Correct.
Stop painting cars underneath these apartments, and we need to work on crafting the restrictions on the special use permit. So.
I move the planning board defer further action on this application. Direct the applicant to respond in writing to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, included but not limited to the following 1 through 9.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Right, I guess you're getting a sense of where
Correct,
we're
yep.
coming from here.
Yep.
It's in a residential area, it's not a, we don't want a full-fledged motor vehicle repair there. Next up is Erie Materials on Sheaf Road. Is there anyone here representing that? In the room or online for Erie Materials? Come on down. I guess Robert didn't have to go too far.
No, I didn't have to go too far on this one. So Robert Turner, Tinkelman Architects.
And I'm Christian Paggi with Paggi Engineering, civil engineer for the applicant.
And we also do have Pat Junta, who's the owner. He's on Zoom. And I thought I saw Steve as well.
Okay. So what's updates since last time? We've seen this a few times, so I think we're pretty familiar with it.
Get this thing shared. Get this right.
All right, there we go.
Okay, so good afternoon. Back in front of you again with this project. I know you've seen most of these images already. Of course, we have the site plan, existing building here. We have the apartments to the north. These are the existing conditions of the building as it stands right now. Site plan, I know you were addressing a lot of the issues pertaining to the site plan. There has been discussion regarding the future building that we show on site. That's something that was shown so that way you would know that we are looking, or I should say the owner is looking forward to putting that there if there's a need for it. The way we were wanting to approach the board in this location or for this particular building is that we'll identify that as not part of the approval process. So that way, if there is a need for it in the future, because we're not sure how far out that might be, we'll come back for an amendment to the site plan on that particular building. Even though it's identical to the to the proposed structure that you see down in the storage yard.
Okay, that was the main question we had was it an identical building to the other?
Correct. It is identical to what would be there. And so that's the way we would like to be approaching that particular item.
Right.
I know there was items to discuss regarding showing limits of disturbance. That's something that will be included on the site plan. We'll be addressing the site lighting notes and information pertaining the photometrics. I know there was some questions regarding locations of the light poles themselves. There happens to be 5. There's one, or I should say 2 in the back, and then there's 3 up in the front. There's one in here, there's one over in here, and then there's one over in here.
And they all have cutoffs, so nothing shining up toward the apartments.
Correct, correct. Well, there's no apartments on this project.
Well, they're right next
oh,
door.
the apartments over here,
Yes.
Particularly that. I was thinking of the previous project.
Yep.
And we will be having the lighting representative take a look at the photometrics. I know there was an issue regarding not complying with the certain regulations. I thought they had gotten it right, but they had not, so there's going to be some tweaking done regarding the photometric levels on the site. We will include the note that was requested regarding shielding. And then there was also concern about the light poles that are in the area, the parking areas. We will be working on providing the impact protection that would be required. Typically, you end up by raising the foundation or the pier that it sits on up about 2 feet, so that way there's a concrete base. You know, so if a car does pull up, it's going to be hitting that rather than hitting the light pole. So they'll be addressing that as well.
Just be careful when that raises the mounting height, it changes.
Correct, you got to change the height of
the glare, you know, there was
we'll
a
be
question.
having to change and reduce the height of the pole itself, so that way the fixture height remains as required by the zoning ordinance.
All right.
I'm assuming why don't you address a lot of the civil stuff, because that's, there's been a lot of those issues.
So the majority of the site changes were made in response to planning board and engineering comments. There weren't that many. And Bob had already touched on a few of them pertaining to lighting. We revised the fence location to ensure that there's the 8-foot fence around the entire storage area in the rear, and that terminates at those rear storage buildings, so that that entire rear area is enveloped in either fencing or those two or single storage structures in the rear. We've eliminated the porous paver option in the rear parking stalls and in the exterior storage area after the determination by the zoning administrator that those would not be considered or that they would be considered impervious under the lot coverage zoning requirement. So Tinkelman Architecture had recently obtained the required variances for the lot coverage and the other setbacks that were required. So there was no need for the porous pavers. So those have been eliminated. Those will be shown. That change will also be shown in the revised stormwater pollution prevention plan. The other modifications were really limited to the utilities. The drainage was revised to avoid any impacts to that berm, as we discussed at the last meeting, so that was reflected on the plan. Water, we are now showing in response to the fire department comments, a water line extending towards the rear of the lot and a new fire hydrant location to meet fire code relative to distance to those outdoor structures, since those will not be sprinkled. So water is now provided in the rear of the site there. And we'll work through that with the water department relative to any inspection and testing requirements that would be required, and make sure that that's all done to town code and to the fire department and town's satisfaction. Relative to sewer, it's our understanding that the town board just recently executed the Transportation Corporation for the Forest Sewer Tenancy, Sewer Transportation Corporation District, and that was just recently submitted to the Department of State. That was in the last 2 weeks, I believe. So the applicant will be in touch with the owner of that corporation relative to connection, to see if an agreement can be made. If they cannot come to an agreement, or if it is determined to be infeasible, they would be pursuing the on-site sewage disposal system, and that would be reviewed and approved by the Dutchess County Health Department. So sewer would be addressed in that it would be either provided through connection to that now Transportation Corporation that now is active, or through an on-site sewage disposal system, both of which have been shown on the plan. So both of those options the town has seen on the plans.
Okay.
So it'll just take some time for that to get worked out. You know, discussions with the Forson's owner and either or review and approval by the health department. So we would be requesting that be a condition of approval also.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Eric, this one's yours also.
So, yeah, this application's been in front of the board. It's on tonight for site plan, to consider site plan. It is a public hearing tonight. And also, if the board goes ahead with site plan, then there's architectural review. We are recommending, we do have in your packets, there's a recommendation for a conditional site plan approval with conditions. So just to make sure I understand, so you're proposing that the future building not be considered proposed?
What I'm stating is that the future building is just shown as a spot holder, but we don't want that to be part of the approval of this application. If the owner is in need of that particular structure, he'll come back and amend the site plan to include that.
Okay, so it's a conceptual and it's not proposed for approval by the planning board tonight.
Correct. Sounds like it could be several years or something.
Yeah.
Correct, it could be several years, and so it's...
So
we'll just, actually, you can just leave that comment because it said that it just calls for a designation on the plan. That is, or to go through the more complicated process that I laid out. So you can leave the comment as it is, and it'll end up being shown on the plan properly. Thank you.
Correct, and I'll note it as such.
So that was really the only uncertain issue, just for the board's information as far as the septic versus the town sewer. I did have some conversations. Apparently he described it correctly. It's kind of in the up to the Department of Health will need to sign the plan. The planning board has approved plans where it could be septic or sewer before. Question did arise as to whether they're required to join to connect because they're in the district, and the answer that I got back was that a transportation corporation, the condition is true when there is a public facility to connect to, and that a transportation corporation is not a public entity, was the information I was given. But the notes still remain. There would be a future connection if it becomes publicly available.
Okay. It's not a high usage site. Let's see. Go on to Andy.
Sure. So Robert and Christian touched on several of our comments already, including the lighting comment, which is good to know that they're going to address that. As far as the septic is concerned, Eric's information complies with my interpretation. The septic would be allowed, and the transportation corporation for the pump station is not considered a public entity, and we cannot force them to connect, although it would be preferable. We would not be required. We did receive a SWIP from Christian, so that checks that box. And the other stormwater related issues, I'm comfortable, are technical in nature, and I'm comfortable they could be conditions of approval. Those are kind of the high points.
All right, thanks, Andy. And we have Carol here as well. It sounds like you're satisfied now.
Yes. They removed all the disturbance to the buffer, so to the berm, so the existing berm will remain. That was primary concern for a number of reasons. So I'm fine.
Yeah, I noticed the wetland downstream and other things. Okay, great. All right, this is on for a public hearing, so I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone on the call or in the audience wish to comment on this application? Oh, we had a sign up. Craig O'Donnell? Ah, okay.
Swen Craig O'Donnell. I'm the owner of and builder of Deer Creek Apartments. I was before this board in 2019. Review and approval process, very smooth. Built it in 2020. Part of the approval was that I had to build a pump station, sewer pump station. In the design, the town required that I build it to accommodate the gallons for my adjoining neighbors, which I did. I ended up boring a 4-inch force main from the pump station for approximately a half a mile to the new Hyatt by the former Bonefish Grill. Previous applicant was wanted to tie in, but for whatever reason they sort of fizzled out. I've been in contact with the town about it endlessly, and I believe everything has been put into place. I'm hearing now from Eric that it's not a requirement. However, the information that was given to me from the town was that if a transportation corp is created, it would be a requirement for people in that district to tie in. So that's something I'll have to look into. I worked with Mike on this project since 2018, 2019. He knows, the whole history behind it. Basically, I'm just looking. We set up a plan. The town set up a plan for me to build this sewer pump station along with the apartments, and that this would accommodate all the people around me. I've had interest by all of my neighbors to tie in. Just need the logistics to make it work. And yeah, that's what I'm just looking to continue with the plan that we initiated back in 2018, 2019, and has been basically the plan since day one. So in the application which I reviewed, I see that they've applied to install a septic system. However, the other information I've gotten is that if the pump station is 10 feet off of the property line, so they have to, I can't make it any easier. So, and I've been reaching out to I've spoken to Steve Tinkelman a couple times about this process, and it's always, yeah, I'll get back to you. And then the next thing I know is they've been before the board, they got variances, reviews, comment letters, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Seems like, I'm just trying to get through the process that we've already set up. My other comments are, insulation as far as noise, operating hours, backup horns for the equipment of the yard. Also the lighting, which because of the elevation difference, I don't think the lighting is really gonna come into play as far as the tenants of the buildings. There's probably 40 feet of elevation difference from the parking lot to the first floor, possibly even more. So that's, it's not really even an issue. You don't want to have backup horns. There's alternate means for backup horns that can be used on the equipment. So, that's something I'd like to, talk about or be made aware of.
Yeah, we did discuss that with them at the last meeting.
As far as a landscape buffer or hedges or anything like that, it's not even it's not even an issue because of the elevation change. Like again, when the people on the first floor of the south building, they're 50 feet above the site. They're going to be able to watch these guys work and everything. But of course, Saturday and Sunday hours are a concern. And other than that, also I spoke to Andy in the past about providing in the possibility that the town takes over the sewer plant someday in the future. They would want to maybe have an access easement down there. They already have access easements on my property. Maybe they should have one on this property. The previous owner or the current owner, but the previous applicant, the church, was in favor of providing an access easement to the pump station because it is so close to their property line, and there's a parking lot right there. And then also the continuation of the tie-in from Wingate York, which is the property on the corner of Camelot and Sheaf Road. They want to tie in. They would put a force main, because he's going to probably drop his down.
Have to go under Sheaf, you mean?
No. Wingate York is the one on the south side of the subject property.
Okay, not Port Rose on that.
Yeah. So they're interested in tying in also, but they would need to, basically go through this property to get access to it. And I think Andy he's aware of it, and I don't know how, if that's been suggested or mentioned during the application review process.
All right. Thanks for your comments.
Yeah. The only other thing would be, with these few items and, substantial items, I would ask that the public hearing be adjourned so that, we can at least talk about it and find out what's going on. And I have an opportunity to come back and speak again if necessary.
All right.
Carl, would you like me to address any of those issues?
Can we address as much as we can here? Because that's,
Sure.
I don't know, we need to come back.
Yeah, so as far as easements are concerned, we have made it a requirement that an access easement for the town be provided through the Erie Materials site plan to the pump station. And we've also required an easement for the property to the south. I believe that's the Wingate property you referenced.
Okay.
So those are all conditions, comments that have been addressed, haven't been addressed, but are conditions to be addressed. And then I believe we did already ask about ask them to provide alternate backup horns. So that is, I believe, either a site plan comment or a site plan note, but I know that we did discuss that issue already.
Yeah, I brought that up
well.
at the last meeting. I was concerned about the
Okay, good.
the
Okay, so it sounds like it's moving forward. I'm in favor of the application. I'd love to see something there. I'm tired. I've been looking at that building.
Yeah, it's
I want to go
falling
over
apart.
and push it over with my finger because I think I could. So I would love to see these guys come in and turn that into something that's usable and obviously a little more appealing.
Yeah, and we want to do what we can to protect the apartments, the downlight.
And again, the whole
downlighting,
idea right from
so-
day one was to get sewer service to that whole quadrant there from the Camelot Park to my property and the properties across the street. Everybody's in agreement. That's what we want to do. Nobody would want to do it. I was the one that came and built the system. Half a mile of pipe down Route 9, Sheaf Road, across other people's property,
I remember that
across
whole
the
ring.
creek, the whole thing. So, it was just an undertaking that nobody else wanted to do, and I was interested in doing it. So, anyway, that's why I'm here tonight, and you know where I'm coming from. So,
Yep, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I believe Christian mentioned, that's now that the Transportation Corp is there.
Transportation Corp is up
He can
and
discuss
running.
that with you.
It's all, ready to go.
See if there's anyone else to comment before we.
Yep. Any other comments on this application?
Anyone on the Zoom who wishes to comment on again, this is the Erie Materials 657 Chief Road application? Not seeing any, so.
Just ask Lisa, do you have any legal comments relating to this? Okay. I think we
No,
discussed.
I think everything's covered.
All right, thank you. And
I think I need to clarify a couple things that were mentioned by Andy. The easements that were referenced, the easement to the town, the access easement. It's been our understanding and in our responses to those comments, our understanding was that the applicant has no issue with granting those easements to the town at such time the town takes over that system. So that would be the caveat for that. The applicant has no problem granting the town an access easement to the pump station when that system is, if and when that system is taken over by the town. Relative to the easement to the Wingate property to the south, a requirement to provide an easement from one property to another, I don't know is reasonable or appropriate. Our response has always been that the applicant, and the applicant has confirmed this, that they are more than happy to have those negotiations with the Wingate property owner. They are not opposed to the idea of an easement, but the requirement to have an easement or execute an easement, I do not believe is an appropriate condition of an approval. To require one property to grant an easement to another outright. That should be a private matter, I believe, between the two property owners, and they would appreciate the ability to negotiate that easement, if any, directly with that property owner. The concerns that the property owner has, that the applicant has, are relative to the installation timing of any improvements within that easement area and impacts to their site. They're going to be going through significant expense to improve the site. There's large retaining walls. There's going to be an operation going on there. So they would like to have the ability to have a say in the terms of any easement relative to where it is located and when that construction occurs. Again, they're not opposed to granting such easements, but the ability to negotiate those, I believe, should be, afforded to the property owner. And I think a condition, that condition is not an appropriate condition of an approval. The condition for granting an easement to the town for access to the pump station, if and when that system gets taken over by the town, I don't believe the applicant would have any problem with that as being a condition.
Well, I mean, we have interest, it sounds like, from the property to the south, so that needs to be looked into. Andy, do you have any further comments on that?
I would just say that, I don't think that we would have much say if the easements aren't shown on the plans before site plan approval. We're not telling you where to put the sewer easement for the property to the south, but we're just asking that you negotiate and work with the property owner to the south to arrange how that easement could be provided, if possible.
Absolutely, and that was the same situation I think that Valley Christian was afforded in the previous site plan. We were in the process of working with the owner of the Wingate property to establish that easement. I was working with Billy Povall and laying out the sewer line and drawing the easement area when Valley Christian decided to to list the property for sale and change directions. So the property owner, the current applicant, is happy to afford the same courtesy to Povall, the owner of that property, and have those discussions and try to come to an agreement on an easement.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't want anything built in a place where you can't do the easement.
Exactly,
so
exactly.
Make sure that's
and if for some reason they
discussed.
can't come to an agreement, then I don't believe that having the condition that they have to come to an agreement is an appropriate condition of the site plan approval.
Andy, on the other easement to the town, I remember that there was some concern that the town had now about wanting to be able to get access to that pump station, even if it remained privately owned. Am I misremembering?
Yeah, you're correct. I would like that easement in place at this time. I would like to have that in place because the town, as a transportation corporation, the town has as the backup entity to that corporation. So if anything ever happens and the town, the current owner fails to operate it, the town would take over and we would need access to that system, and we cannot access that pump station with the current access road that's there. So we would ask that easement be.
And the transportation corporation shouldn't have been executed. So I think Pat, the owner of the applicant is on the line, so I'll defer to him as to how he would like to move forward.
We would grant the easement. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, we would grant the easement to the town for access to the pump station. The
Okay.
town.
Okay.
We would grant the town easement.
Okay, thank you.
And Andy, is that your understanding that the easement would be just for the town's access if and when that they needed maintenance? Okay.
Town.
And then, but also work with the Wingate to figure out a route, potential route, and if and when that happens to, I don't know if it's along the road or whatever, but depends on where the flow comes from. All right, at this time, any other public comments? Don't see any, so I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Let's go around the board for comments. Start with Peter this time.
My only comment is the applicant has responded to comments made by the board, some of which were aired tonight. And I think that we're pretty satisfied and we wish you luck.
Ben?
No other comment.
Steve?
No comment.
No comment.
No comment.
I just had one quick question. Were you guys doing a freestanding commercial sign?
No, there's no freestanding commercial sign on the site.
Okay.
Because the building's so close to Sheaf Road, they saw no reason for it.
Okay, sounds good. That was it.
I was, curious about the hours of operation with keeping the apartment owners and the apartments in mind.
The hours of operation for this facility, they will start around 6:30 in the morning, when you'd be having people showing up and starting to maneuver around the site within the building and within the yard. And they close, if I remember correctly, around 4 o'clock, 4 or 5 o'clock, and that's Monday through Friday. And then there are some morning hours on Saturday.
And Saturday, nothing on Sunday, okay. And we discussed the backup alarms at length the last meeting, so hopefully that gets looked into as well from a noise perspective.
Is that corrected? Because I remember that they gave us a sound study saying that the backup alarms would not exceed the town code and they would comply with the town code. So I just don't recall if the applicant had agreed to alternate backup alarms or just acknowledged that it was possible to do it.
We acknowledge that it's possible to do because we did do the study and they were in conformance with the town regulations. When you were looking at where they would be occurring to the edge of the property line.
Okay, so we don't feel it.
You'd have to go back and look at the submission.
So we don't feel that will travel up.
Correct.
All right.
So the board, so right now, the way it's configured, they have a study that shows that the backup alarms will be within the town code and controlled by it. There's no condition for a backup alarm.
Regarding the backup alarms, isn't there a noise ordinance? You can't have certain noises before 7 o'clock in the morning and after 10 at night. So 6:30, if there's trucks or machines backing up, no good.
You gotta watch out that first half hour of operation.
Can I ask, how hard is it to reconfigure the equipment that you would have on site to an alternative backup sound? Because the Amazon trucks now have a different backup sound and it's less intrusive. I understand the overall volume may be the same, but it just doesn't register in your brain the same way,
Well, one of the issues that the owner of the facility has is that he can't control any of the trucks that are coming to deliver on the site.
Yeah.
He can only control what his vehicles will be doing. And so
forklifts and
he will
whatnot,
he will consider, making the alternate modifications if that's something that it becomes an issue. But at that point in time, I know we had shown that they had been in conformance with the the town's zoning, the sound
noise code.
ordinance, thank you. And so there, at this point, there's no reason to be changing them out.
All right. I think that, I mean, if you get complaints later, that can happen.
Would the board want, I guess I can't quite think of the threshold because if the applicant can do it, I do want some kind of a threshold that would say that if such and such, then backup alarms will be provided.
Yeah, Lisa, can you think of anything from that standpoint?
The problem is, I mean, if they're compliant with the noise code, what I remember from the last meeting was the sound study that showed that they were relatively quiet in terms of, you know, they weren't the louder backup noises. And it would be only the property owner's machinery that was being used early in the day, that deliveries would be during the middle of the day so that it wouldn't be affecting the residents and so on at the early hours that, for example, Ben was concerned about before 7. So my recollection was that we were satisfied that it was enough was being done on the internal machines didn't need them, the applicant's machines didn't need them, and that the other machines would be during the day and in compliance with the town code. So I thought we were okay.
Okay, thanks for reminding us of that. All right, I guess we're good then.
Okay. I move the planning board grant conditional site plan approval for the Erie Materials Inc. 657 Sheaf Road site plan subject to the following. Respond to the comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies. Said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness inclusive of, but not limited to, the following 1 through 11.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. And you have any architecture presentation?
Correct.
I see it up there on the board.
So here you see the front and the front and side elevations. What the owner is proposing to do is to remove all the existing siding on the existing building. That is going to be replaced with the gray metal siding that you see. And then the newer elements that are being added to the building are being replaced, will be sheathed in also a metal siding, since it is a pre-engineered building that we're working with. That will be in the shade of what they call gallery, but I call it blue. And then we'll be accenting along the front elevation with cultured stone, and that would be occurring around the main entrance area. And then, as in conformance with the zoning ordinance, we are adding windows along the front elevation, so that way it's not a complete blank wall. These will be active windows, so they will be providing light inside the building. Okay, and so we're accenting those locations with cultured stone as well. There'll be some sunshades added to that. Those sunshades will be a dark gray in color or charcoal. And that theme would be then pretty much continued around the building, as you can see. Then we would be also following suit with the shed building down in the lower area. That will also be sheathed with the blue, and it will be accented with the gray. The roofs themselves will be white. I know the existing roof will be having a coating placed on it. It'll be a white coating to increase the weatherproof nature of that material, because it is a existing metal roof and it's in fairly good condition. It's not leaking yet, but they still would like to put a protective coating on that. Any new roofs will be white in nature, as indicated. And I should probably circulate this around, because I did include this as part of the PowerPoint presentation.
That's nice to see. Any comments from board members on this? I'd personally like to have added some windows in front. It's kind of an old IBM warehouse, I guess. You know, it improves it.
Yeah, I think it looks great.
Looking good.
Excellent.
All right, I move we accept architecture as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
6.
Nope, 6.
Oh.
Ben stepped down, sorry. Okay, 6-0. And you could probably get the materials for doing that work from this company called Erie Materials.
Believe it or not, some of the samples did come from that.
That's fine.
All right, good luck with the project. It's nice to see a new company move in and utilize the building, but, be mindful of the apartments above.
Yeah. Thank you to the board and to
Thank you
the
very much.
planning staff. and
Thank you,
consultants
Christian, for
your
working
help.
on this.
Good luck.
Yes, thank you very much.
Next up is all space self-storage expansion.
Good evening. Ken Casamento with the applicant. For the most part, we've been in front of the board a couple times now. So unless the board really wants me to go through anything specific, we can. We did get a negative declaration, I think it was back in April. We did go to the town board where we did get the zoning change, map amendment in May. And that's why we're back here in front of the board today.
Yeah, that was the main thing we're waiting on.
Correct.
The town board zoning change.
Correct. And we have been working with Carol diligently on trying to finalize all the plans for the Phragmites area where we're working.
Sounds good.
As well.
Eric?
Sure. So you summarized the status right now. So it's in front of the planning board tonight for site plan special use permit approval and also for aquatic resource permit approval and architectural review. And it is a public hearing tonight. The staff recommendation, we provided you with alternate recommendations. A couple of items for clarification. We suggest the board last time appeared to be okay with the screening that was provided, but there was some hesitancy. So I just wanted to get the board to clarify that. Again, if you decide to go with the conditioned approval, so staff knows what to do, and if not, so the applicant knows what's needed on screening. And I think that was kind of the only outstanding item. On the aquatic permit, I'll let Carol talk about it, but I took a shot at, since the mitigation plan is in progress and it's not available for the planning board to approve yet, I took a shot at, when it does come back, it's pretty much going to be Carol reviewing it and okaying it. If you're comfortable with it, so the applicant could come back and present it to you. Alternatively, I've tried to lay out a condition so that you could grant the approval subject to Carol's approval of the forthcoming mitigation plans. And that would just save everybody some time and expense. I would mention there was, in talking with Carol and others about it, in those conditions, it did occur to me that the timing, they're probably going to proceed with the application pretty quickly. And so the wetland permit should probably be done by the time of the plan signature as opposed to before the building permit, because they may start site work right away. And for that, I think the wetland plan should probably be in place. So I was just going to suggest to adding a condition number 10 to obtain the aquatic resource permit approval prior to chairman's signature, which hopefully you'll do tonight. And then for the aquatic resource permit condition number 1, where it says prior to, it should just be, take out the stuff about the building permit in 90 days. It should just be prior to site plan signature by the chairman. That's how it should read, is my suggestion.
Got it.
That way they're free to go ahead. Carol will get the plans done, and they anticipate that the plans will, the Army Corps takes some time, but that can be a condition of the plans that they submit.
Yep. All right, thank you, Eric.
So, and I'll let Carol talk to Andy.
See if Andy's got anything more. I know it's drainage is always an issue there.
Yeah, so most of our comments have been addressed. I did have a few outstanding comments on the SWIP, but Ken's office did get back to me earlier this week with some clarifications, which makes me comfortable that everything is going to be fine, and my comments will be addressed, so.
All right, thank you. And Carol, let's see where we're at with this. It's been a long road because there's a lot of
It has been a very
issues
long
there.
road, and it's not a typical road to take either. But we've been working quite a lot with Ken's office. Basically, the plans are in place. The Army Corps permit, which we'll use also as the town permit, is pretty much finalized except for some planting details, which I'm working on with Ken's office. As far as the Army Corps permit, the one comment, if you go for the approval, item 2, and I failed to get back to Eric in time on this. It said U.S. Army Corps of Engineer permit required. That's not the one. There was something about on required having the Army Corps permit in hand. We're gonna I think that should be changed to Army Corps authorization. Because they are, at this point in time, not responding to things that have been sent to them 6 months, a year ago. I don't think it should be held up on that. Because the portion of, the fill portion does not require mitigation. And so that would be just a general permit. I think it was permit number 17, I think it was, or 12. The other one is a voluntary. As far as the Army Corps, it's a wetland enhancement and enhancement restoration project. The applicant is doing that as far as the Corps is concerned, it's a voluntary. The town has required it as part of the town's permit process, but it's not required under the Army Corps. So I just don't want to see this get hung up for 2 years for the Army Corps process. If we are happy with it, and which we are, and I think this will result in a good project, and they will be happy with it ultimately, whether or not they actually authorize it, or is it default authorization?
Okay, I agree. We don't do that.
So we're almost there. We'll be finished
shortly.
Yeah.
All right. At this time, I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone in the room or on the call wish to comment on the space application?
In the room, anyone on the Zoom? Not seeing anybody.
Not seeing Kelly or?
No, she's at another meeting today.
All right. In that case, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Let's go around the board for final comments. Ben?
No.
Peter?
Just a couple of comments. One, your choice of the white fir and the white pine in front of Building T, I think are reasonable choices, since there's a significant change in elevation between the houses. I think it's Pell Road,
right,
in these buildings. However, you're offering to plant trees 4 to 5 feet tall. It'd be possible to at least make them 6 to 8 feet tall, so we'd feel more comfortable that they have a better chance of survival. Might possibly.
I'm sure we could.
The other thing is, recently there was some discussion with the town board about a property that's in this area, and the question came up about relocation of wetland planting, and there was public comment to the effect that wetland planting relocation has a very low success rate, and I would just like our consultant to respond to that comment from someone who I don't know their level of expertise, is all I'm saying. So
it can be problematic. Creating a wetland has much less of a success chance than restoration, because you're creating the hydrology, you're creating the soils. In this case, we're basically, it's an existing wetland. It has just been overcome by native invasive species. So we're just going to temporarily divert the hydrology that goes into that, and And there are a lot of areas of wetland plants around this stand of Phragmites. So what we've discussed is once you divert the hydrology, install the soils, seed it with some type of an annual seed mix just to stabilize the soils, return the hydrology, and that would also get something for the seed mix that we're going to add to establish to. I don't think this should be a problem. Yes, it can be problematic, and most of the failed attempts are in creating a wetland where there was no wetland prior.
Great.
Restoration is the best chance.
Great. Asked and answered. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks for that explanation, Carol.
Excellent.
Anything else, Peter?
No.
All right, Nicole?
I don't have any questions.
I've got nothing.
No comment.
Okay, it looks like we're moving on. We've seen this quite a bit. I was wondering if there's anything we should do to, do we need to do anything about monitoring for survival of anything? Is there anything built into that?
That'll be in the plan.
Okay.
Yeah, we've talked with Carol about this is not a project that, where you would typically get done, put it in.
down and walk away, yeah.
Here's my CO and we're gone,
Is that
so to speak. It's going to take.
Looking at for 2 years or something like that?
It's going to take Carol taking a peek at it. We may need to overseed it over time and stuff like that.
Okay, great.
To help nurture it all.
That was my question, and I agree with Peter to add, make sure the trees are big enough, because that.
Yep.
We can do 6 to 8 feet is what we're gonna.
Right.
Right, okay.
Peter, you mentioned the trees for screening Pell Road. Did you mean also the trees that are intended to screen towards North Grand, or
I'm concerned
only the
more
ones about Pell?
About Pell Road.
Pell Road.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Yep. And there's some other, whatever Carol said about the other one. But that was covered. All right, think we're good then?
I move the planning board grant conditional site plan and special use permit approval for all space storage facility expansion project subject to the following. Respond to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies. Said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness, inclusive of but not limited to 1 through 10 obtaining aquatic permit.
And does that cover Carol's comment about the Army Corps?
That's in the next resolution.
Next year, okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 7-0.
I move the planning board grant a conditional aquatic resource permit for the all-space self-storage facility expansion project subject to the following, 1 through 5.
Second.
Like I said, I would just change that permit to authorization.
Right, number 2 changing permit to authorization, and number 1 changing as I described before, so
Took the
it'll
90
be
days-
prior
the 90-day thing
to
out.
site plan signature by the chairman.
So number 2, a permit authorization. All right. And that moved and
Second.
seconded again. Call to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 7-0.
Architecture?
What's that?
Do we have to do architecture on the metal building?
Well, why don't you show it to us?
Why not?
It is exactly what's there.
Same as the other.
Very shocking.
Same as the other ones.
Yeah, it's the same brown color or light stone color with evergreen trim on the doors and the roof.
Any comments on architecture?
No.
I move we accept architecture as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 7-0 again. All right. now
Thank
can
you,
go.
everyone.
Thank you.
Appreciate working with us.
Next up is 174 Innis Avenue.
Good evening. Jeff Econom, I'm here for Gary Beck and Company.
All right.
So we're looking at the 174 Innis Avenue project to do an expansion. Currently, it's in the neighborhood business district. Got a little over 38,000 square feet of lot area. One variance that we would be looking for is a 12.2 foot side yard variance, which would be to the south side by the apartments. So that's what we're looking for. I've received the comments from staff this week. The plans I have tonight probably address 90% of them. I'm in the process of having Z3 consultants get the photometrics done, and they're getting their architect to finish the elevations. Lighting on the site is pretty much remaining the same. There's one light fixture that was being moved on the north side of the parking lot for the expansion. Property meets all the requirements as far as parking. The beauty salon, health salon is going to be a one station. So there's only going to be one station in there. I put the sewer and water flows on the plan, so that's on the site plan. The parking along, the sidewalk along the entire front of the project will be all new sidewalk by the buildings. And there's really no change in the grading on that property. What I'm going to do is mill the parking lot and do some P&L on the parking lot. I'm moving the existing catch basin over to the curb line, and it's going to discharge at the same location that the current catch basin does discharge. So we're going to be able to pick up that entire frontage. I'm keeping the sidewalk that goes to the apartments. I'm going to clean that up. The underground tanks, U-Haul storage, all that's gone for this, so it'll just be the liquor store.
All right.
So
Sounds good.
I know there was a question about a sidewalk. I was a little confused. Are you looking for a sidewalk to come from Innis Avenue into the property?
Yeah.
Okay. On the plan, I mean, fold it over.
Yeah, that would be looking for, because the county's doing a new sidewalk along this there. I want to make sure you're tied into it.
You got it, yep, when you turn that on, it'll just take like 2 seconds for it to warm up. Yeah, and then it'll be good. There you go.
So what we have here are the 2 handicap spots, 2 new buildings. I made the assumption I would bring a sidewalk off this through the striped area and tie it in conjunction with the handicap accessibility parking, so you have that safe walk through the property. To bring it off Innis Avenue. I think that's what you were looking for?
Yep, make
So-
sure it's,
Yeah.
go ahead, go ahead.
No, that sounds good. I mean, obviously, you're well underway working to address the comments you received this week, so I think that's wonderful. It will just, once you resubmit, we'll do a formal review of that. And the reason why I don't want to say too much about the sidewalk is because there is work actively underway, probably later this summer into the fall with Dutchess County. They're redoing the sidewalks. And so we want to make sure that wherever we're tying in makes sense, not only for this property, but also with the work that they're doing and their timing, so.
Correct, and you know, if I'm going to be putting new utilities in, new sewer, new water, what I could do is bore under the sidewalk, or my client, if I have to replace, you know, I worked for government for 33 years, recently retired, so.
And then sucked you back right into it.
Yeah, on the other side now.
Yeah.
But if I have to, I'd replace, you know, a double slab. I always made sure when I was working that it was 2 slabs, because 1 slab will move on, you know, so we could, if I have to replace the sidewalk, you know, a couple of slabs, that's fine.
Yeah.
Client understands that.
Depending how the schedules work out.
Sure,
Yes.
Okay, all right, thanks for your presentation.
I don't know if you, did you have more or?
Do you have anything else?
No, I know there was a question with regards to on the EAF and the, you know, doing the mapping. I'm a little old school and I do it by hand, because I did do it by the mapper. And if you go look, it says that the property's in a floodplain. It's not. I actually have I go through FEMA and there's an actual study there. So the floodplain elevation is at 181, detailed study. My site's up at 200, so we're not in the floodplain. The city's DPW yard in the back is the floodplain. But again, if you use the map or program, it gets a little misleading. So
yeah,
I'll have all those comments addressed.
All right, sounds good. Kristen, anything further from the town?
Yeah, I do work here, so this is proof. Now this is my turn on the agenda. Okay, so it's on for seeker review. It is it's an unlisted action subject to a coordinated review. Planning board did declare their intent to be lead agency in December. To date, no objections have been received. It's on for site plan review and architectural review, and this is the second time the applicant's been before the planning board. That said, you know, perhaps we should have invited you to the table the first time around.
I actually have known Gary for years.
Sure.
I'm a certified building inspector and moved through the program, so he asked me to help him out. So that's why I just came on board.
Sure, yeah. So I know that, you know, you kind of jumped into this, and so there were a lot of comments that remained the same, or it was like comment noted or comment acknowledged, or that you were working through those details. So I think really ultimately staff was looking for just a little bit more of a refined plan set to be submitted, and ultimately you're already have those comments being addressed, and you're underway to preparing a more complete plan set for us to take a look at. But ultimately, you know, for me it was cleaning up the plans. You know, wanting confirmation on the parking, because it was hard to tell between like the existing and proposed layers, not just with parking, but with other items on the property. You did make mention, so I will bring it up about the floodplain. It does on the map, or identify it in the northwest corner. We also had our wetland or environmental consultant take a look at it, so I won't steal her show. I didn't say thunder this time. And, you know, I think there are a number of items that still need to be worked through, and because you kind of came to this on the second wave of submission, I think it might even be beneficial to have a conversation with you prior to your next submission, and maybe we sit with engineering staff and even Carol, because this property does abut the city, you know, the municipal boundary, and you know, the city has their own LWRP in place, and there's a host of requirements related to what they have going on at that property behind here, and I think there were several comments related to drainage. So, you know, I think it's just about cleaning up the plan set. Staff did prepare a resolution to open a public hearing and adjourn it this evening. I don't know that we can make it happen that you would be able to prepare a response and perhaps even meet with staff if that was something you were amenable to, and come back in July. Maybe I'll leave that open for discussion, you know, with you for the board, you know, like, I don't know, but, you know, you could also come back in August. So, I don't know. Our submission deadline is June 26th, so.
I am retired, so I do have time on my hands.
Well,
so
I mean,
why don't you let me know? You have my email.
Okay.
Let me know. Give me a couple days. Let me know when you'd like to meet. I live right here, you know, locally, so
okay.
I'm 10 minutes away.
Sure. Okay. And even if I couldn't be present, because I know that I'm actually going to be taking some time off. I'm not retiring anytime soon, but
Too young.
Well, you know, maybe I can still at least help to facilitate that conversation between Carol, Andy, and yourself, and we can keep this moving.
I've tried to limit disturbance. You know, the 2 dry wells in the back, I wanted to get the roof runoff, you know, addressed. And I put a sequence of construction on the plans that they will go in first before anything. That whole area will be stabilized, so we don't have to go. The area where I was putting them is already disturbed. There's no real new disturbance of this site. It's all grass or, you know, just currently disturbed area.
Sure. I mean, It sounds good to me. I'm not an engineer though, so I'll leave that to Andy. But Andy is on, and so you know, again, it's on for public hearing. Recommendation is to adjourn it, and you know, if the applicant's okay, we can adjourn to July, and if they can't make it work, then we'll just adjourn to August, and then defer action.
I mean, engineering wise, I can't, you know, I can deal with the architectural and the photometrics. I'll have to see where Gary stands on that.
Sure.
But everything else, I can have addressed.
Sounds good. All right, Andy?
Sure. You know, as we've already talked about it, we had several comments on this one. We talked about the sidewalks. One of the comments that I did have is that, you know, we do need some spot elevations, some grading to show ADA accessible routes from the parking spaces, and if the sidewalk is proposed from Innis, we'll need some spot elevations and likely an ADA ramp there if the curb is going to remain or not. There's also some sidewalks shown around the ends of the building, so I am curious how that grading is going to work given the topo that's shown. So we will need some proposed grades in that area as well. We're looking for some access aisle labels and widths. Talked about the lighting levels, erosion sediment controls. Where there is disturbance, we will need to see that. See proper controls put in place, erosion control matting where slopes are steeper than 3-on-1. There's also, we had a number of questions about utilities and sizing of the grease trap. We do have a standard for that we can provide for you based on the pipe size that's required. And then one other thing that I did notice is that there is an existing utility line that goes over the north end of the proposed building. But it's also in close proximity to the dumpster enclosure. Just want to make sure that that's not going to be an issue for refuse removal once the project is complete, or what happens to that electrical line over the course of the project.
That's been addressed. I put another utility pole in and pulled it further behind the dumpster.
Andy's nodding his head since you can't see him.
I mean, I guess one other thing I will mention, and it didn't make it to our comment letter, but you know, if you may want to coordinate with Central Hudson on whether or not the pole, I believe there's an existing pole-mounted transformer for the site. If a ground-mounted transformer is required, we would like to see that on the plan, or at least a proposed location for the plan, and then screening. The board does require screening for ground-mounted transformers. So.
Great, thanks, Andy. Carol.
I guess the biggest issue, there's not a whole lot of significant wetland issues on this site. The issue is the fact that it backs up onto the city property, and the city property has a significant number of wetlands on that site, and then there's the stream, which there's a discharge to, which we have to figure out how that's going to be protected, just so things don't wash down into that. And the other thing is, you know, the slope is very steep in the back, so we got to beef up, make sure that the erosion control and sediment control are proper. And because this is in a state, a DEC recognized area for Blandings turtles, and we've required it for all of the other surrounding properties, we have to make sure we're fully protecting of them. So depending if you're doing it outside of the season, that's fine, you know, go right ahead. But, you know, that'll have to be, the timing restrictions will have to be on the plans. And if you can't do it during that, you have to, your silt fencing has to be, you know, Blandings turtle supportive. And
correct. Well, that's a little difficult, but I saw your comment with regards to the fencing on both sides of the property. That is adjoining property, the stockade fencing.
Well, that was basically just to keep, you know, if there is, you know, any turtle habitat back there, which we don't know, but because of its location, you're required by DEC to protect that. And that's just to wrap it around so that the area that you're disturbing, because basically if it's sometime during the nesting season, any disturbed soil is an attraction. So therefore, by tying it into, if you tied it into the fence, then there's no way that they're getting around into the disturbance. If not, you'll just have to run the sill fencing up against the fence or where your property line is. Just have to basically enclose it so that they cannot get into there. But if your timing is such, then that wouldn't even be an issue.
When's that construction season? When would they be?
Well, they're nesting as we speak.
As we speak, so in the spring, but then they stop at some point then.
I'm sorry?
When do they stop nesting then?
In about a month.
Okay, so.
And then it's still habitat, but you know,
it's not.
The nesting is the critical part, especially when you're doing construction, because you're
Well, they won't be constructing. Yeah, they won't be constructing within a month because they got.
And that's why if you're putting in the fence, it's before the season starts, so April 15th, or then you have to have a monitor or something. But we'll work out those details. Yeah.
Absolutely. That typically is resolved with like notes on the plan, and then we heavily address that during any kind of pre-construction phase of the project review. So Carol will not let you start construction unless that fence is in place.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks, Carol. This is on for public hearings. I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone in the audience wish to comment on this application? Scrolling through the Zoom.
Yeah, anyone on the Zoom wishing to comment? I don't think so.
Seeing none, I move we adjourn the public hearing to July 20th, 2023.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, we'll go around the board for comments. Start with Nicole this time.
I don't know. I think there was a lot of questions that needed to be answered. One that came up was where would you put your snow storage? Because you're making the building even larger. Where would that be on your plan there?
Actually, have a grass area over here.
And is there no parking on that side? That's just grass area, that's not parking?
There's parking in the parking lot, but if they're plowing, typically they would.
They're gonna plow onto the grass?
They can put it up onto the grass area.
Okay. And as far as landscaping is concerned, you're just gonna do 15 arborvitae, is that correct?
I'm trying to screen what I can with the apartments. Right now, there's their old stockade fence. So I would try to screen that from our property. Don't really know if you want anything from out in the road screening the buildings themselves.
Yeah, we probably not towards the road unless it was something shorter like a bush or something like that, because you have to be careful with sight distance.
Correct. And then the other side is all wooded, and that's where the storm drainage discharges from Innis Avenue. So there's limited space to do any type of true, landscaping that you would be looking for in the back of the facility. Again, steep slopes, etc. So.
Right. Okay. Are you going to do any additional signage, or are you just going to have a couple of signs like on the building?
Right now, I'm having the architect. I know there was a comment that came late about this new sign that went up. He does have a sign out there. It's close enough to the street that I think if I have a sign on each building, I think that would be cleaner for everyone.
Okay. All right, I think that's it. Thank you.
I was just going to echo that. I had a question of who owned that stockade fence because it's kind of falling apart. And I guess that's the apartments that own that then?
Yeah, it's actually not even on our property, and it goes way down towards the back if you follow it down. So.
I don't know, you may want to talk to the neighboring apartments and see if they want to do something about that. So it'll look cleaner for your side as well if they can repair that.
Yeah.
All right.
No other comments.
Yeah, nothing at this time.
No comment.
Ben?
Nope, nothing.
Peter?
Just one question about, you responding to the question about snow storage. When you're referring to a grassy area, are you talking about on the south end of the building, between the building and the apartment building?
Yes.
That's a large parking lot. I think you're going to have to rethink that or find another area, because there's no way that grassy area, as you described, is going to be adequate for snow storage for a parking lot that size. So just give it some thought. Also, I want an engineer to give a good look at the rear of the building and the drainage there. You have a loss of about 30 feet and a distance of about 60 feet, according to the map I have here. And I know there are considerations here for runoff from the roofs, but I just want us to be very careful that those are sufficient. Those are my only comments.
I see Andy shaking his head, so that looks like he's going to think about that.
I just have a question about that, the drainage ditch, the stream. You might not want to call it a stream if it's truly a drainage ditch from Innis Avenue. I'm not sure what it is, I haven't looked at it, but.
It's the piping discharge from Innis Avenue. I know one of the questions came up about where the survey came from. It's actually on there. We had Steve Johnson do the surveys. Davey did it and everything. I'll just put it as a drainage channel.
I think that might be.
Yes, I know.
Sounds good. All right, and my comments, we already talked about the sidewalk and the fence, but there's currently, where the liquor store is going, there's a propane sale thing going on. Is that
all going to be removed? The site is going to be cleaned up and be brought.
Not do a propane sale anymore there?
No.
Okay. And I see the trash here. The liquor stores have a lot of cardboard and stuff. Are they going to have like a compactor for recycling it? Or, do you know?
Pets, I got a good size garbage enclosure that I've used. It matches your details. The sides will be masonry gates. I could probably put a recycle container in there next to the trash.
Yeah, I mean, it's up from the business perspective. I know sometimes they have a compactor and try to recycle that cardboard, so if that can be done. All right.
Okay. I move the planning board defer further action on this application and direct the applicant to respond to comments in the writing, the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies included but not limited to the following 1 through 10.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, good to go for now, and good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always good to have some new stores.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Couple of adjournments. 8 Tucker Drive, I move that the planning board adjourn the public hearing to July 20th, 2023.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Stratford Townhomes. I move that the planning board adjourn the public hearing to July 20th, 2023.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0 with that. And at this time, I move that to allow any public comment on other agenda items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone left that wishes to speak on any other agenda items tonight?
If you're on the Zoom, you're a member of the public, and you want to comment on any of the agenda items, now's the time.
I think they're all presenters, so in that case, I move to resume the meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Did you say resume?
Continue.
Time to go.
All right. Continuing on. Extra
Yeah, extra space.
Yeah, extra space storage, yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome, guys.
Good evening.
Hi, my name's Greg Oceans. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, South Hills Owner LLC and its affiliate DLC Management Corp. I'm the Vice President of Redevelopment. We are long-term owners of the property, and we're continually looking for ways to enhance and reinvigorate the property. And we're pleased to be before you tonight to present to you our vision for an aspect of that future vision. And we're looking forward to continuing the conversation as it evolves. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Ken Casamento with LRC for the applicant as well. We're proposing to reuse the existing Burlington building. It's an 80,000 square foot building approximately, located on the right picture there in the back of the mall area. The applicant's been trying for years for different tenants and tenancies and knowing the zoning and where the zoning is going for the site and what the goals of the applicant are. This has become a valid option for reusing that space and keeping it invigorated. The project really is simple to the building itself. We're putting an ADA walker out the front, and we are going to add, as Bobby Bozak commented, 2 ADA spaces in front of the door on what would be the north side of the building. There are some on the left. We're adding a little dumpster area because currently the dumpster just sits out in the back in the loading dock area. So we're wrapping that up and putting it in, and stairs to get down so that when people come, they can use that loading area if they wanted to in the back, if they happen to have a vehicle that needs a loading area to bring some equipment in. For the most part, the building is open on the inside and will remain climate controlled, so they'll reconfigure the interior of that building itself. There's very little, if any, change to, there's actually probably a bigger change to reduction in the water usage and sewer usage, because it's not going to be a public real bathroom. It's going to have maybe 1 or 2 employees, and that's about it.
All right, thanks, Ken.
And just procedurally, so first of all, my name is John First. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I'm at Catania Man and Ryder in Newburgh, New York. So procedurally, how we get to where hopefully the applicant wants to be is we need a zoning text amendment, because right now the code does not permit self-storage in the South Hills Center zoning district. So we had proposed the allowance of the adaptive reuse of existing buildings, in this case, the Burlington Coat Factory store, just to allow adaptive reuses for self-storage. In addition, the zoning text amendments also kind of addresses some potential flexibility with respect to potentially subdividing the property in the future, with respect to signage, access, cross easements. So that way, at some point in the future, as Greg had mentioned, the applicant's looking to reinvigorate, redevelop this site. They're looking for some flexibility. So it's the zoning text amendment to allow self-storage as an adaptive reuse, as well as some flexibility with respect to subdividing, the ability to subdivide the parent parcel, which is about 75 acres. At this point, it might help with marketing in the future.
All right, thank you. Always good to see something get reused. Kristen?
Okay, thank you. So as was described, first and foremost, the application would be requiring an advisory report from the planning board to the town board about the zoning district text amendment. It is on for seeker review. It is identified as a type 1 action, subject to a coordinated review. It started with the town board and it was referred to the planning board. They've already acknowledged or consented to the planning board being lead agency. So with this particular meeting, staff is recommending that the planning board circulate their intent to be lead agency and deferring action. At this time, there are pretty much minimal comments cleaning up the site plan. I know there were comments from board members earlier this week related to perhaps the quality of the pavement on or around and about this area of the site. So I don't know if that's something you'd be willing to address, mill and fill and restripe, as you are going to be probably changing a little bit of the ADA parking and crosswalk inclusion and stuff like that. So at this time, those are my comments. I did draw out, the language for the board's benefit, related to that text amendment, so that, maybe they have comments and they'll bring those to your attention at this point for a discussion. But otherwise, that's what I have.
But the town board has not asked for that, they haven't referred it to us yet, though.
They have.
Oh, they have, so,
Yep.
okay. All right, thanks, Kristen. Andy, any engineering, is an existing building, probably no SWIP issues?
We had very little to say about this. As Ken mentioned, we had some ADA comments that we'd like to see addressed. We'd like to verify, the dumpster enclosure size, make sure it's adequate, horizontally dimensions as well as vertically. We've had that issue recently where there's been some dumpsters that are a little too high to fit behind the dumpster enclosure walls. And then we were just looking, even though erosion sediment control is very little concern there, we are looking for a concrete washout detail and make sure that that's addressed when the dumpster enclosure and the other improvements are made. That's it.
All right. Thanks, Andy. Let's just go around the board for comments then. Peter?
This is the wave of the future.
More storage.
No, I'm not talking about storage. I'm talking about the subdivision of the parcel.
Oh, yes, yeah. Yeah, that was part of our new master plan, is trying to invigorate this and get some more mixed use and stuff up in these malls.
I don't know if the applicant is so inclined or prepared to talk to any of that.
I mean, we have looked at options for the mixed use on the site. We've gone through internally concepts. We've kind of broad-based them, but they're still so far out, they have to find the right developer to partner together with to do that. So we don't have anything concrete to show, and knowing the process in front of the board, if we came with something and then the developer, they picked someone different, we'd be redoing it again. So that's why we're looking at it the way we are. The idea of the subdivision is very consistent with your business park.
So the reason I made that comment is because it says here, one of the purposes of our having this discussion is to amend 210-23E to add the following subsections with the following language to facilitate the potential subdivision of parcels within the South Hill Center. That's why I made that comment.
Right. So there's nothing concrete at this point, but I think the idea is to allow for the flexibility in the future, and the residential partner will kind of drive the residential development. So we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. And anything we're proposing right now will certainly, the repurposing Burlington Coat Factory is not going to impact anything else that may or may not happen in the future.
And the idea of the subdivision comes from, like I was starting to say, the business park, where we don't necessarily have to stay so far away from every property line and we'll find all the setbacks and do variances so that we can make a more cohesive development, but yet still subdivided.
Yep.
That's why I think we're called the planning board.
Yeah, you got to do the financial subdivisions, right, and such. All right. Anything else, Peter? That's it.
Nothing really.
Ben?
I think it's good use.
Nicole?
Were you going to be adding any landscaping to the front there, like some small bushes or something? Or?
We weren't planning on doing anything as you come up the drive in that area. We really, it's kind of hard. We've talked through it a lot because albeit an entrance, it's not a conducive entrance to a self.
Isn't there some dirt area right now in front of the old building that did have some old landscaping in it?
I'd have to double check in front. If there is, I mean, we'll replan if there's nothing there.
Okay.
We didn't want to attract to the center as you come up too much as an entry, because we don't want people stopping in that location where that's not really a door to get in.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I see some trees on the plan. Are they existing?
They are existing along that side. Or they're not.
That's the south
On the
side.
north side, not currently.
They're on the one side and the other side.
Got it.
I think, so I guess your question is, did you want to
We can look at adding
Well,
some shrubbery and
yeah,
stuff. in
maybe
there,
they
too.
should look at it first
Sure.
and see what's
Soften
there, and then go
the,
from there.
Yeah.
Soften
We,
the
we
lot.
can work around the outside, looking at what
Okay.
beds are existing and what we can rejuvenate.
All right,
Versus
sounds
just a
good.
big wall.
Yeah.
It's good use.
Right.
So just one side would be the primary use with
So-
one entrance?
So the primary entrance would be on what is the north side. And the south side, which is what you see on the top with that's on the left of it and the right, is more of you're already a tenant, you're gonna come, you can park in the back, go in and out the back. But the primary entrance that it'll be directed to is on the north side.
Okay.
That's where the front desk will be, so that will
As
be
far as
controlled.
signing up for,
Right,
spots.
the back side will be more of a keyed access. You either have a code to get in because you're a member or that.
Yeah, and as far as the zoning code amendment, I mean, I think it's a great idea, and I agree with Peter, you know, we have to move with the times, but, could this open the door to have like more than one self-storage company come in this district?
Well, I think part of the idea of requesting self-storage as an adaptive reuse by special use permit, it gives the board a little more discretion to say, you know, we like this one, but, you know, we're not so crazy about, you know, this application.
Yeah.
So you do have a little bit of discretion with a special use permit.
Yeah, because I mean, you just think about how many self-storage units there are right now, and we could sit here and say, oh, but there would never be more than one in this location, but
My guess
knows?
is, if I were that tenant, I would want a non-competitive
well,
clause.
but that's, I would too,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I have no control over that.
Yep.
So that would be my only concern, would be
Yeah,
to
it's a good
limit the
point.
number in this district, but otherwise, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I'm happy they found, the other tenant for the old Kmart. That was great.
Yeah.
It's working well, I think.
And I like the setup because anything to keep the traffic flow on the east side moving is good, so I like it.
All right, I guess my only question is, you talked about dumpster, I guess, on the south side, the Kmart side, the south side, there's a lot of loose dumpsters there at the moment.
Yeah,
Are they all from
all the tenants up front
tenants,
that
so if there's
were
a way to
historical.
corral that or
approvals, yeah.
whatever you're doing?
We can look at how to do that and see if that's an option.
And the pavement looked pretty good on the north end. On the south end, by the south doors, there's a one section of crumbling pavement there, if you want to address that.
Okay.
Can I just, perhaps an inappropriate comment, I don't know, you said you're trying to put landscape there to soften it. It's white. It's a very large white expanse. If you look at the other one, it really doesn't need to be softened. Now that may be a branding thing,
Well,
but I'm just kind of curious about
I'm
the
just saying,
the very large expanse of white.
That's what I'm saying. The trees on the other side kind of break it up a little, some bushes on that north side also.
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing, that we'd like to see some ideas for that, right?
No, I'm just, my comment is, why is it white then?
Oh, I see.
You know, by
That's
making it
branding.
white,
Yeah, that
by
might be.
making it white,
But
now
yeah.
you required it to be softened, whereas the other one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
the other one.
we'll look through, the issue was the coloring of the brick as you see it is not a healthy coloring of brick.
Yeah,
It looks like old.
dingy.
It's
and So the
weathered.
concern
It's
was
got issues.
a quick power wash isn't necessarily going to make it look any
No.
better. So
Yeah.
putting a color on it, and we didn't want to go too dark, you know, then you start to go back and forth. So a lighter color we thought would brighten it up. That was part of it. But we can look and talk with the architect about the comfort of power washing or something to leave it as a natural color.
And staining those porous materials also might be an option as opposed to paint. Just
And
coats
what,
it.
I mean, and whatever, the branding has to go along with
Yeah,
it.
the branding and the green is the important part to that.
Okay.
That's right. The green is the important part, so we can certainly discuss
Work through
what,
the others.
work with you to figure out what might work best.
Okay, sounds good. And, let's see, the other question I had was, would it be 24-hour access then?
Still not 100% decided, but the intention and thought at this moment is that it will be open through the north side, the office, during regular business hours.
yeah.
And then the south side, where we were referring, would be key access only for off hours. So potentially 24 hours, but not.
Just make sure that the lighting and everything.
Not manned during that time.
Not manned, correct. As long as the lighting and everything is in good shape.
Right. And very consistent with most other facilities. If you have the key code to get in, you can drive through the gate. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing back there would be security, right? So just ensuring that the lighting is appropriate, but not too bright because there are residential properties nearby. And this will be on for public hearing, so they will get noticed. So just to keep that in mind.
As you may have heard, Ken knows anyway, we're doing the lighting is every switch to LEDs, and we try to keep the 3,000 Kelvin temperature because.
And we'll go through and do a look at the building and make sure where there is not, we'll supplement if needed.
And one last question, I was just curious how the storage is laid out. Is there some, where you walk up steps or no steps?
No, it's all
just one level kind of thing.
On the slab.
Right.
Okay, sounds good.
There's no second story. It's just, they're gonna be tall space. They'll probably be open space above some of the units.
Yeah, I know the U-Haul did some strange thing with.
Yeah,
with
there's
steps.
some that they'll make 2 levels in there,
It
but
just
not
seems
this.
difficult. All right, thanks.
I move that the planning board declare its intent to be lead agency to coordinate the environmental review of proposed project as a type 1 action and authorize the planning department circulation of notice of said intent dated June 15, 2023, a copy of the EAF, copy of the application of the identified interested and involved agencies.
Second.
Moved and seconded for lead agency. Called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
I move the planning board defer further action on this application and direct the applicant to respond to comments in writing of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies included but not limited to the following 1 through 8.
Second.
Moved and seconded to defer. Called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. And then I move we convey a positive recommendation to the.
No, we're not there yet.
Secret.
Okay, secret, right.
Yeah, we're not ready.
Yep, never mind. Gotta get through the lead agency first.
So that was our question that we had is, in order to get that positive recommendation, in order to get the secret neg deck, does there have to be a public hearing? Is this something that could happen next month? I know under state law, you're not required to have a public hearing before issuing a neg deck, but we were just wondering if we're not having a hearing next month, is it still possible to get that negative declaration and a positive recommendation on the zoning amendments?
So actually, I did the math for you before this meeting this evening, and it would work out that the 30 days would expire prior to the July meeting. So there is the possibility to open a public hearing and defer it and still act on seeker and defer on the rest of the application while making an advisory report to the town board.
Perfect.
So that is a possibility as long as these comments have been addressed.
Yeah.
That said, we also still haven't heard from Dutchess County Planning. So we are waiting for their 239.
I'll walk next door. But do you need a resolution to schedule that for the next
No,
meeting?
we do not.
Okay, that's what we're.
That's probably your question. Yeah, we don't need a resolution of the board to schedule a public hearing. The staff will set that if it's ready.
Thank you.
We just wanted to make sure we were set for next month for that potential. Thank you though for checking the dates.
I knew it was coming. So.
That's good to see continued update there, so it's great.
Excellent.
Thanks.
We'll see you in a month. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we've got Metro Roofing. You're here in person, okay, great.
Visible?
Yep.
Yes. We're somewhat familiar with the site.
Good evening. My name is Neil Sander. I'm with Independence Engineering. I represent SRS Distribution, which is the parent company of Metro Roofing Supply. SRS is a nationwide conglomeration of wholesale distributors of roofing materials, landscape materials, irrigation and pool materials. This particular facility is designated to sell roofing supplies, essentially shingles, sheathing, nails, adhesives. This site was identified because it had previously been used for a similar use, which already had outdoor storage, which fenced in. It is a 3-acre site with an existing 8,000 square foot building, all public utilities. The intent of SRS was to lease the property and occupy it and use it for the same purpose that had been used before. Clearly, in our due diligence, we had a pre-application meeting in August of last year where there was a misunderstanding on my part, essentially, where we were under the impression that the use itself was permitted, but we would require a site plan if they wanted to use the outdoor storage area. That was not the case, and the operation was shut down a couple of months ago until we could proceed with the site plan and special use permit review from this body. As I mentioned, they are looking basically to occupy the building as is. The extent of proposed improvements consist of painting, striping, upgrading ADA accessibility with an additional, or by striping an accessible space, and adding screening fabric to the existing fence around the storage yard. We did receive the town professionals' comments. They seem to be by and large technical comments about the drawings. We may discuss waivers with town staff and requesting those from the board because, as I said, we're not proposing to change any utilities. We're not proposing to change the elevation of the building, even though we know it's in a floodplain. So that information wouldn't really enhance anything on the plan.
All right. Sounds good.
Yes.
Kristen.
Thank you, Neil, for the overview. So it's on for seeker review, special use permit review, site plan, and architectural review. For seeker purposes, it's an unlisted action subject to a coordinated review. Staff recommends that the planning board declare its intent to be lead agency. I think there were a couple of items we were looking to just clean up on the EAF, so obviously you have those comments. We'll just look for a new version of that to review when you make your next submission. I've outlined just more for the board's benefit, but also yours as you go through the response, or you provide your response to comments. We ask for a written response, so we're just looking for you to acknowledge basically that you're complying with those code language requirements for special use permit for building material sales and storage. And then just continue on through the site plan component. We did circulate this to our floodplain development permit reviewer in the building department, and he did provide that he had no comments. I did double, triple check with him that there were no comments. He has said no, so there would be no change to that permit. So that would address number one on my site plan review. But then just several other comments related to just like how the site is functioning, right? So we understand that you're just trying to use it at large as it was previously, but I think just the fire department was concerned about perhaps access. There's kind of multiple fences, and in the event of an emergency, how are we getting back there? And just confirming that there were no changes to that access, and if there were, what are they, and how are we getting back there? Then there's like the location and proximity to I don't know, I think it was man-made, like the drainage that's on site. I'm not going to get into that. The water body that's on site.
It appears to be, yes.
Yeah. So, we did circulate this to our environmental consultant, Carol, who is here and will be able to comment related to that. And then, of course, it was circulated to engineering. And I just think that it was really about obtaining some additional information just to bulk up the plan set itself.
Yes.
And also just for the benefit of staff understanding about how that site is actually interacting with what is already there on site. So that speaks to the utility side of things, right? So we had talked in August, or I actually wasn't present, but it was discussed, like how is the sewer functioning, water, what are those existing access easements that are and agreements that are in place, providing proof that that's all being maintained, obviously with the same owner. That makes it a little bit more easy, but we still need, proof of that documentation. And I'll leave that to Andy actually to get into a little bit more. We did receive Dutchess County Planning comments, which their memo, actually their review was just a matter of local concern. They didn't even provide comments. And so for this evening, we're recommending the lead agency intent circulation and deferring action with comments. And Carol and Andy can speak to their respective reviews.
All right, I'll go to Andy first here.
Sure. So we did have a number of comments. As Chris had mentioned, utility-wise, we do ask that you show the full extent of sewer and water utilities. I see drainage utilities on the plan, which is good. You can work with the water and sewer departments. They can help you locate them, and we just need to map them as best you can. Realize that it's an existing building in the floodplain, so we're not really changing anything, but we do ask that you show the floor elevation just for informational purposes, so we can see, relative to the floodplain where you're at. And then there's the parking spaces along the front of the building, the west side of the building. The drive aisle width is pretty minimal. Like to see those revised or eliminated to provide more closer to the standard aisle width that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I think we can remove the ones in front of the building. I think we had calculated against a different rate and came up with a total of 26 required as opposed to the 8 that would be required per your letter.
Okay. And then, as Kristen mentioned, access-wise, we would like to see some truck returning movements. Obviously, it's an existing site, so it probably works. But for fire access and refuse access, actually, I don't see the refuse enclosure on there. I'm not sure where that is.
That was probably the comment that I think would require the most on our end, is finding a good location for that dumpster and dumpster enclosure. There's not currently one there now, at least that I was able to see outside the fence. But we don't expect a large amount of refuse to be generated by this site. It's not, they don't throw away, unused supply. It's generally, just a commercial use.
Do you have, what kind of do you have full-size dumpsters or just like the kind of the residential, like roll-off kind of containers? What do you know how much they use?
Like I said, it's a commercial use. I would recommend probably, a single dumpster on a 9x18 pad in an enclosure.
Okay, so so that would be
commercial dumpster, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Those are kind of the highlights. That's all I need to say at the moment.
All right, thanks, Andy. Carol.
I really just clarified some items in the EAF. It's an existing use, an existing structure, or near existing use, so we're not terribly worried about that. But just to comment on that pond in the front, basically that drainage starts on the east side of North Grand, runs into the all-space wetland, runs down the north side of the all-space, the existing all-space units between that and the rail trail, and has been diverted along Salt Point Turnpike, and that drainage basin was created, and there's a lot of stormwater that goes into that, and then it runs under the road into the Falkhill Creek. So it is part of that system, but it's been there since 1935, aerial photographs, but not the pond, but a depression. So just for reference.
Yeah, it seems like a nice pond now. There's a nice family of ducks living in there.
Oh goodness. Yeah, but I think it's mostly a lot of stormwater. So.
All right.
Created by the Pages circa.
Created by the Page,
2000, and it was known as the Wilson Shook Memorial Pond.
Yep. He was the planner at the time. All right.
If I may, I would like to ask one question. There appeared to be a conflict between two of the review letters. One said 25% outdoors storage and the other said 30%.
The zoning administrator said, showed in the code here, 30% coverage for, I think was outdoor. All right, outdoor storage of vehicles and materials shall not exceed
Yeah,
30%
we'll,
of the
we'll
total.
confirm, we can talk, I
And-
think she was speaking specifically to the contractor's office.
Okay.
Um,
And special use
equipment
permit
storage contractor's yard, but then I believe I watched the video and that's what holds in court. No, I'll confirm, so you have clear direction.
You said
Okay.
25%, right? So
Yeah, we're well under that in either case.
Okay, yeah.
it's mainly stacks of shingles and things. All right, go around the
Yeah,
board
that's
for,
why I think this
board
is the
for
one that's
comments.
supposed to apply, but-
Start with Steve.
No comment.
Joe?
Yeah, no comments, it's fine.
No comment.
Just, you know, with the outdoor storage, we would want some type of screening. So I don't
yes.
know what you'd be looking to propose, but
The existing chain link fence has already been retrofitted with a screening fabric.
okay.
Yep.
So that was done as soon as they occupied the property.
Okay, so
can't see through there.
just the chain link fence then.
Yeah, it's got, it's not slats, but it's got like a fabric
Yeah.
covering so you can't see through it.
Okay.
Ben?
I'm sure you'd want to get going again right away, right? Yeah, I don't have.
Of course.
Peter?
This is a nice building. It's clean, it's well maintained, looks like it's very well organized.
Mhm.
Is there common ownership between this and Allspace?
I believe so.
Is Metro the owner?
No.
Tenant.
Yeah, Metro is just the tenant.
There's your north dividing line runs pretty much almost to the center of the driveway.
Yes.
So is there like an easement or how do you, is there shared ownership to the driveway?
I think we're going to have to do a title search on
Yeah,
this.
there's
I'm pretty sure
definitely
this is-
easement.
One is a
Doesn't matter.
private page and one is a page corporation.
Yeah.
So-
Remember where they subdivided,
LLC.
where they subdivided this lot off originally?
Previously, we'd only requested a boundary and topo survey.
Okay, at some point we want to know
Yes.
if you have like either it's a common ownership, or it can't be common because they're two different owners, but if there's a right of way, or how do you preserve your access to the driveway? So we want to know.
An easement or whatever.
But you'll have to provide one.
Yes, yeah. As soon as the all-space storage hearing was concluded, that was the first thing I did was walk up to that engineer and ask to see his plans.
Okay, great. Already in motion.
There is probably a site plan on file in the town, but it's probably not electronic for this site. And the site plan for the subdivision, or you can also look at the county, the subdivision plat for this may show the easement unless the site plan came later.
Okay.
The site, because
The
the
deed
easement
description would show it.
Yeah,
Okay,
If
so
it
like,
exists, it would be in the deed
I'm pretty
description.
sure they did. I think it was different. I think they were brothers, Page brothers.
so I can file a FOIL request and
Makes sense. All right, and we talked about fire access already, you know, there's some materials like, I don't know, if they might be hazardous tar or whatever. You have to, and the shingles themselves, I suppose. But,
yes,
as long as the fire department's happy with the access. All right,
I move the planning board declare its intent to be lead agency to coordinate the environmental review of the proposed project as an unlisted action and authorize the planning department's circulation of the notice of said intent dated June 15th, 2023, a copy of the EF, a copy of the application to the identified interested and involved agencies.
Second.
moved and seconded, call to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
I move the planning board defer further action on this application and direct the applicant to respond to comments in writing of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies included but not limited to the following 1 through 13.
Second.
Moved and seconded, call to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. You're good to go.
So just so you're aware, you have the ability to submit for the July planning board meeting, despite us circulating for lead agency intent at this meeting.
I think that's unlikely.
Okay.
Because I need my surveyor to go out there. He's got to redo the benchmarking and pick up utilities and a lot of other things.
Okay.
Whatever, I mean, you got an extra week this month, I think, but still.
Yeah. The way surveyors are running these days.
All right.
Okay.
Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Good luck.
So,
Nice to meet you in person instead of Zoom.
I know.
Next up is Reed Road Lot Line Revision.
So this is page one. This is Brian page.
Let's see, Allison.
Good evening. Now I'm regretting being on Zoom. I wish I could be there in person. My name is Allison Fauser with the law firm Cuddy and Fader, appearing on behalf of the applicant. Tonight I'm joined by our project surveyor, Stephen Miller, and this is our first appearance before the board. I'll keep it brief here for the board's benefit, but by way of background, the applicant is proposing a lot line realignment to redraw the property boundary line between the abutting residential properties located at 11 and 15 Reed Road. I would note that there's no new creation of any lots. There's no proposed development as a part of this application. Merely the purpose of the lot line realignment is twofold. First, it places the existing shed on the site on the appropriate lot. This shed is used by lot 15, but it currently encroaches into lot 11. So by shifting that property line over, the shed will now lie fully within lot 15. I also understand that the lot line realignment satisfies the title company by cleaning up some of the historical records related to the property itself. Those are the existence of an outdated filed map from the 1800s, which includes a lot of smaller parcel lot lines, as well as a paper street. So the lot line realignment would help resolve those items. I'll conclude just with respect to procedure. We understand that variances will be required here for lot 11. So we are applying to the zoning board next week for placement on their June agenda or their July agenda. So we would request an adjournment tonight to return to this board next month so we can have a further discussion.
Okay. Thank you. Kristen?
Thank you, Allison. Yes, the application's on for seeker review, coastal consistency review, and lot line revision review. For seeker purposes, it's a type 2 action requiring no further environmental review. The applicant did provide a coastal consistency review form. Staff has reviewed that. And then the language that's identified under the lot line revision review section of my review and recommendation for the board is standard language from our town code out of the lot line revision chapter in our town code. And it gets to the point primarily that we don't want to be worrying about scrambling to file a lot line plat the day of the deadline, which seems to be the going rate lately. So thank you for taking into consideration appearing before the ZBAs and respecting the process. And so again, just for the board's benefit, this evening staff would recommend that you defer action so that a clock does not start this evening, allows them the time and grace to go to the ZBA, and then they'll be back.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Andy, anything on this?
Just a couple of minor things. Primarily, we'd like to see the location of the existing water and sanitary systems, just to make sure there's no issue with the lot line adjustments. I don't really expect there to be any, but if we can get at least the approximate location of the septic systems, that would be appreciated. And then the other thing is the pond on site. I'd like to understand a little bit more about how the overflow for that works. I see a couple of drop inlets. I'd like to understand where that goes and how that reaches Reed Road, which apparently appears to be the direction of flow, and if there's the need for any kind of drainage easements associated with that. But other than that, that's it.
All right, thanks, Andy. Pond on there. Oh, right. So that's part of. Okay, so that's part of Botini's thing there. It's all sold now, I guess. All right. Let's go around for comments. Peter, anything? Ben?
No. No comment.
No comments. It looks pretty straightforward. So that's all we'll do. Thanks.
Okay. I move the planning board defer further action on this application and direct the applicant to respond to comments in writing of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, included but not limited to the following 1 through 9.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, good luck with the CBA, and we'll see you back here next month.
Thank you very much. Have a great.
Thanks for hanging in there. Long meeting today. All right, next up, Friendly Honda showroom is making some architectural changes. Who's on for representing them?
Good evening, this is Steve Spina from JMC. We're the site engineer. Let me just share my screen.
Sure.
Everyone see?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. Good evening. Hi. So I'm Steve Spina with JMC. I'm appearing on behalf of Duchess Facilities Management, Friendly Honda, the owner and applicant. I'm also here with Evan Galatelli from SRA.
Hi there.
And hi. And this is for the Friendly Honda dealership along Duchess Turnpike, and what we're proposing here is a new facade to the showroom building. To give it a more modern and aesthetically pleasing look. Also, it would be in accordance with the new recent Honda American standards. And our understanding is architectural approval is required from the planning board. So we've submitted a site plan set, a brief set, along with architectural drawings. Here's our cover sheet, just kind of shows a zoning compliance chart. And there's no changes to any zoning parameters. We have about a 9-acre site here, and what we're proposing is the main showroom building here that's kind of in gray to improve the facade, some canopy, some signage that we'll go through tonight. We're in the Highway Business District. Properties obviously currently developed. There are a number of buildings there. You have, we have the showroom building, service building, car wash facility, and all their off-street parking and drive areas for car sales, storage, and guest and visitor parking. So we're looking for architectural improvements for amendments to this showroom building that we're going to take you through a few slides. And explain the different architectural features. And but we just wanted to kind of first start by just giving an overview of the site and explaining that the site is to remain unchanged itself. It's just focusing on this building, which has modifications proposed to it. So I think with that, I'll turn it over to Evan to take you through the architectural drawings.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, so thank you for your time tonight. We can talk very briefly about this. I'm sure everyone wants to wrap it up. So this view is from Duchess Turnpike, coming from the north. As you can see, our scope of work involves the removal of the existing barrel from Honda's previous corporate design.
Yep.
We will be rebuilding a vestibule within the existing footprint. A new canopy structure will be built separate from the existing building. We will be removing the existing storefronts, utilizing those bays, increasing the height of the glass, and in combination with the canopy, it's essentially creating a storefront and engaging the lot experience for the customer, both inside and out. Off to the left, if you want to go to the next slide. This is another image, same view at night. Stephen, if you go to the first slide. So off to the left is an existing canopy for their new vehicle delivery. We're looking to update the finishes. We're currently doing a structural analysis to keep it and just primarily update the finishes, but what we're looking to do is bring back the extension of that canopy closer to the building It's currently about 25 feet off. We're looking to bring that back in at 22 so that we can avoid any collision with large trucks delivering parts, delivering vehicles. After our structural analysis, we'll determine if the existing structure can stay. If not, we would just rebuild it, same height, same number of columns, just a smaller footprint to avoid collision. Regarding lighting, we are preparing a photometrics drawing to respond to our architectural review and a written response. As you can see in this image, there are recessed can lights underneath the blue canopy that will be projecting light downwards onto the sidewalk. We will be replacing the sidewalk in kind. Our goal is to keep all the existing planting in kind. We will just be providing new foundations and footings to accommodate the new blue stage canopy structure. Off to the left, that vertical band of the blue does affect an existing tree. Our goal and our plan is to relocate that tree onto the site, onto the existing site, as opposed to eliminate it entirely.
As you may have heard, you mentioned the downlighting and such, so you're assuming you're going to LEDs that you keep under the 3,000 Kelvin.
Yes, we will look at the town code, section 210, for the lighting and make sure that all rules and regulations are followed. Other exterior finishes will be updated on the side and around the building. There was a comment about the existing rooftops being seen. We are not able to see them from Google Earth, from a human eye perspective at the moment. We are matching the height of the existing building. We are not building any lower. So we hope that that achieves that solution, item line 6 in the architectural review. And again, we will be providing a response written. And if you have any questions, we would be more than happy to try to answer those.
All right, thanks. Kristen?
Thank you for the overview. So, yep, pretty straightforward. It's on for architectural review. Staff definitely had, well, first it's on seeker purposes. It's a type 2 action requiring no further environmental review. For the architectural review component, typically we kind of leave this to the board to just discuss with the applicant because it's a part of a larger site plan application process and review. But I do have several comments. I think we're just looking for some additional information, which I see that you're already kind of thinking through and have responses for. So just identifying them and articulating that on the plan sheet and on the renderings would be great for your next submission. I will note also, please, for the applicant to please note that Dutchess County Planning did provide us with their review, which we're required to send to them, right? So they provided us an incomplete with comments, which means that when you submit again, we'll have to recirculate this application to them for another review. So please take note of their 3 comments that are dated June 8th when you're going through your response to comments, and that gets at, the foot candles and lighting, signage, and the interior illumination, given the nature of the glass. So again, just providing that and making sure that what you're proposing is clearly articulated on the plan set. Although we've all discussed it and it sounds good, we just needed it demonstrated and shown on the plans and in the renderings, and hopefully that'll be able to address all the remaining concerns, and then we can move forward.
Great, thank you.
All right, thanks, Kristen. Just go around the board for comments on this.
I do have one question.
Yeah, engineering.
Oh, sorry, Andy. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we do have written comments, mostly related, which the board, the applicant can address, related to ADA access and curb ramps. But one thing I do notice with the rendering that's on the plan, right on the screen right now, I don't see the blue flying buttress thing on the site plan. And from this rendering, it seems like it might interfere with the existing sidewalk. So I'd like to see that represented on the site plan to make sure that doesn't cause a need for a change.
Stephen, we do have a floor plan showing at least within 20 feet of the building, close to that proximity, I just want to note that we're not affecting any existing curb cuts, only a curb on each end, not a ADA curb cut.
There is an ADA ramp detail provided, so if, it doesn't, I don't see curb ramps indicated on the plan, so if there aren't any, there should be.
We do have a existing curb ramp just at those handicap parking spots, just to the right. So if I could share my screen and show that location. If
You guys see where my cursor is here? And here?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, there's one right here and one right here. I think the reason we showed the details was, as part of the replacement of sidewalk in kind, it may be necessary to replace those ramps if they got too close.
Okay.
Ultimately,
for the area of disturbance.
Yeah, we will be providing new foundations and footings for the canopy. And we would like to make sure that, it's gonna affect the existing sidewalk, and we would rather not too thin a new one with an existing one. So we would like to proceed with a constructability approach. We'll likely have to replace it, but our plan is to replace it exactly as it is.
Okay. But
That's like a normal species that looks like a freaking dog.
Yeah, but so can you talk to the location of the foundation and where that blue canopy foundation is on the left side of the facade?
Yeah.
So it's going to land right in that sidewalk. So how does that? Where are you relocating those sidewalks?
We're coming 12 feet off of the building, so the sidewalk will not be affected as far as circulation to and from the new vehicle delivery. That vertical band on the left comes down and affects about half of the width of that sidewalk, but there's still 10 feet of clearance to and from the vehicle delivery. The rest encroaches on the existing gravel.
So I would just ask that we see that on the plan, because I'm not quite clear how that's how that's going to work.
I can share my screen real quick, and I can show you if that's okay.
That would
would
be
just
great.
need to be added on the
let's do
site
that.
plan.
So if we
Yeah.
stop sharing this one, right?
You want me to bring that plant, okay, you could do it, that's fine.
Either way, just switch
Stop
it over.
share. Go ahead, Evan.
Okay. That's a little more detail.
So as you can see on the left, Dutchess Turnpike is south in plan of this drawing.
Yep.
We're keeping all of the existing parking as is. There's an ADA curb cut here and an ADA curb cut here. The curb right here is being affected by the new ban, but that was not a ADA approach.
Yep.
And then on the left here, you can see that we've maintained clearance to and from the vehicle delivery. So if you were to eliminate the two blue squares from this drawing, you would essentially have the existing plan of the site.
Okay, and is there, so that existing curb there is not affected, but it is essentially blocking the sidewalk to the left?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we did our best to please the corporate headquarter design from Honda. Initially, it was supposed to wrap around, but we felt that created a blind spot and unsafe for visitors out of the store. So we were able to work with them and propose on this corner, which does not prevent a blind spot coming out of this door and does not affect any ADA curb cut.
Okay.
All right, good. Thank you. All right, now let's go around the board for comments. Nicole?
Did you say that you're gonna leave landscaping as is?
We're looking to relocate one tree, and then during construction, they will take the existing vegetation out and then replant it where it was originally. We'd like to keep it where it is. but during construction, obviously that has its limitations.
Okay. Is it possible to upgrade the landscaping? It just, like, the way it looks right now, it just seems a little lacking. Like, it could definitely look more appealing, especially being such a great place as like a Honda dealership. You're seeing a lot of different people, you're getting a lot of business, and the landscaping just does not look great.
It is a hardscape. We could work on developing some sort of planting to replace the existing to get approval. We would have to work, obviously we're in the Northeast, so vegetation is limited as it sees its days on a hardscape. So we would have to work with JMC to see what we could do to improve that.
Yeah, that would be great. Whatever you guys could come up with.
All right. Anything,
No comments.
Joan?
Just how long do you expect the work to take from start to finish?
We do have BBL on the phone with us right now, the developer working with the owner. I don't believe we have a schedule just yet.
Okay.
I can do some homework on that and then provide that response in our written letter to you.
Okay,
if that's
that'd be great.
acceptable.
Thank you.
Was there a motive to your question?
I was just curious.
Oh,
She wanted to buy a
Because
car.
it seems extensive.
We
No,
do
it seems
ask
like
that
it's
before they begin, so.
Yeah, no, like a big project, so I was just wondering.
Okay.
All right, and Steve?
No additional comment.
Ben, Peter?
Looks all right, looks like a nice improvement, so nothing.
Yep, feels like they just overhauled the whole place a couple of years ago, but it's been a while, I guess. Longer than I think. I did have a question on the sign. You doing anything with that pole sign out front? That's just remaining the way it is?
Yeah, we really wanted to limit how much we're affecting the existing site.
All right, so just to the building.
Correct.
All right, just curious of that, and we already talked about landscaping. So I guess that's it.
I move the planning board for further action on Friendly Honda showroom architectural review and direct the applicant to respond to comments in writing of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies included but not limited to the following 1 through 6.
Second.
Does that include our comments tonight? Somewhere? No.
Respond to comments in writing of the
I
planning
always
board.
add it, don't worry.
Never mind. Yes. Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for hanging in there. All right, now we're on to the Animal Services Town Code. Mike, you want to say a few things?
Yep, just so the Code Update Committee, as you know, has been working on various code revisions. This is one related to various animal services such as animal grooming, animal hospitals, animal rescues, animal training, all those different kinds of things. Our code, just doesn't really address a lot of them, and that's why we've had a need for that. So the town board has a public hearing scheduled for next week, June 21st. And you're asked for a recommendation. Staff is recommending that you convey a positive recommendation to the town board. I think one of you had a good suggestion that we might add something about waste collection and disposal under the general regulations, so we can make that suggestion in the recommendation. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Andy, do you have anything to say on this?
Nope, not on this one.
I should hope not. Yeah.
I wouldn't think.
Lisa might. I mean, she's
Lisa,
fine, an author.
she helped
she's fine.
to craft it, but nothing at this point. All right, go around the board. Okay. Anybody, are we good?
Yeah, I don't
Joan?
have any comments. I think it's a good idea.
No.
You guys okay with it?
You're barking up the wrong tree.
There it is.
Okay, I knew it was getting late.
Took you a long time.
I move that the planning board convey a positive recommendation to the town board regarding the adoption of the proposed town code amendment related to animal services, with the addition of, we recommend discussing proper waste disposal, collection and disposal.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Couple of time extensions we have, Eastdale Lot Line number 12. I move that the town board grant a 90-day time extension of conditional lot line revision approval from July 11th, 2023 forward to October 9th, 2023.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Eastdale Village Lot Subdivision of 2E. With the 20th plan amendment, I move that the planning board grant a 90-day time extension of conditional subdivision approval from July 16th, 2023 forward to October 14th, 2023.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. And store space on Vinyl Avenue, I move that the planning board grant 2 90-day time extensions for the store space application, moving the current approval expiration date from June 16th, 2023 to December 13th, 2023.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Any other business the board members want to bring up?
I move that we conclude this evening's meeting.
I'd like to say one thing before we do.
Sure.
I just want to make a note. Wayne Kishon retired from the building department. He is a valued employee. He helped this board on a number of occasions. And I just wanted to say thank you to him and for all his many years of service to the town and to us.
I'll second that. Yep, I didn't hear that. He's retiring, that's great. All right.
Did we vote on terminating the meeting? Or
Call to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
All right, I hate to be stuck here.
Good night,
Good night.
everybody.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging in.
What's that? My sister's.